Some quick house cleaning. We're still looking for some lightning talks. As a reminder, again, they're just really quick 5-minute or so talks on anything really. They're pretty informal, so they can be a quick demo, asking a question, showing something you're working on, introducing something new, an interesting conversation starter. But if you do have anything, go ahead and go to MediaWiki.org and the conference page and go ahead and add your name and title. But let's get us started. So the first talk today will be Robus, and he'll be talking about Elasticsearch and Semantic MediaWiki. So,
hello.
Hello.
Hi. Thank you for having me. I'll open up my presentation. Yeah, I'll do my entire screen. Okay.
Looks good.
Okay. Everything, you can hear me and see me?
Yep.
Presentation. So, first, I'm going to talk about faceted search using Elasticsearch and Semantic MediaWiki. We created an extension for this called WS Search. And I'm Robus Koopmans. I'm a developer at Wiki-based solutions. And I specialize in front-end development, but do some back-end and in between also. So at Wiki-based solutions, we create a wide variety of applications, and they're all based on MediaWiki. And most of them use Semantic MediaWiki. And for most of these projects, we create a custom search page because most of the customers only want to show their clients or their users a bit of the wiki. And the normal search shows also all kinds of other pages. And for some of our projects, search is a main feature. So the search for these projects is really important. One of them is the Raad van State, that's the Council of State. And another one is Cessna, the small airplanes, where search is really important to finding documentation, finding all kinds of information. And also, you may notice that if you search something, you remember the road, how you got there, but don't remember the page name maybe, or the URL. So a consistent search experience is really important. Now here is some example of the Cessna search we created. And so, and here is one for the Raad van State. We wanted to, I'll go back. We wanted to create a faceted search, as you can see here, with the checkboxes you can select, and the search will update. This was not available for us, so we created some goals. We wanted to use the data stored by Semantic MediaWiki. We wanted to easy to configure and offer a range of search filters and options. A fast and reactive interface, easy to change layout and style, make the code base as easy as possible to maintain, and have all the benefits of Elasticsearch, like highlighting text, PDF search, all kinds of aggregations and sub-aggregations. And Elasticsearch can do really a lot, specialized for search options. And we wanted to be able to create multiple search pages. So on a lot of projects, we have not only one search page, but some specialized search pages, or maybe only a search box, which brings you to another search page. So these were the goals. So Semantic MediaWiki can be configured to store its data in Elasticsearch. And Elasticsearch offers a lot of search functionality, including aggregations and all kinds of filters, highlighted snippets, and more. But Semantic MediaWiki does not make use of all this functionality Elasticsearch offers. But Semantic MediaWiki does create complex queries to get its stored data from Elasticsearch. WS Search uses this query created by Semantic MediaWiki as a base, but adds some additional query parameters for aggregations and highlights. So this is really the basis of our extension. So we use the data stored by Semantic MediaWiki, and we also use the queries Semantic MediaWiki creates, but we add all kinds of other query parameters, and we use the result that Elasticsearch gives us for creating these pages. And for the front end, we use Vue. It's a really nice modern framework, also used in some Wikimedia projects, and is shipped with the MediaWiki core. It offers a really nice way of creating UI components, user interface components. And for the search, if you check a checkbox or put in a search term, you want to immediately have the search results updated, and also other parts of the page may be updating as well. Vue is really nice with all this stuff that needs to be updated. And here's a screenshot of the workflow on the left. I don't know if it's left view. Yeah, I think on the left you can see a template. Oh, I'll go back. On the left you see a template and the JavaScript belonging to this template on the Vue template. And here you see the results on a local host with all the data. So it's really easy to develop. And then later on, you can use it with the real data from your wiki. So some of the big features are highlighted snippets. Not only from the page HTML, so the whole page, we strip the HTML tags out of them and show snippets from the actual text, but also from inside attachments like PDFs, and I think Word documents work as well. I only tested PDFs, and also other text properties, so semantic properties that you may add to the page, which are not displayed in the HTML maybe, but you want them to be searchable and highlightable. And we offer a lot of filters, so ranges, date ranges. We also a date picker. This is the OOE. Combo boxes like you see for the version, or just the normal checkboxes. Also search boxes where you can add a ask query, and if you type, it will come with some suggestions, which you can use the same way as a normal filter. If you select it, it will be sent back to the backend, and a new query will be created out of this. We have and or logic, custom labels, translations, and we use also system messages for all things like the from date and the result amount and that kind of stuff. So it's multilanguageal with the standard MediaWiki message system. And on the results, there's an option for the table layout. There's an option for parsing wiki templates for a specific, maybe you have some property but want to show an image based on this property. You can parse it with a wiki template. Some link options and sort options. So you want to maybe sort the results on the score, but you can also sort it alphabetically and that kind of stuff. Here's an example of the table layout. So the front end is most of the CSS layout is done with CSS Grid. This makes it possible to to move every component on the screen to everywhere you want, even if the HTML structure isn't like that. And that's why it's easy to create different layouts and change the layout for different customers. So the basic setup, here you can see a basic setup. For now, we have a backend config and a front-end config. It can be changed in it may be changing in the future, but for now it's separate. This has some advantages for us. So we can use this search also without a front end and only use this config for maybe to make use. Now I'll go one step back. The search uses an API, just a normal wiki API. We created an API where the front end asks stuff from the back end, and it needs some configuration. This base query, you maybe don't want your visitor or user from your website to search everything. So this base query is really a backend thing, which is not available through the API. So it is for some security. This is the results of this really basic example. So here you see the config in the wiki, and on the right you see the result. These are some pages which has a version number, and we show all the version numbers, and you can select them, and it will only show the one you selected. And this is a more advanced example, but I wanted to show because you see how the config is really semantic MediaWiki style with a lot of options. And yeah, so the WS search is currently developed by our Wikibase team. Marbas is the insider. He gave the kickoff on can you check how we can do this, because he noticed we need this. Marijn, a colleague, is really good in PHP and MediaWiki framework. He develops the backend, and I do the front end, so the Vue stuff. But what is giving the extension its shape and features are the different colleagues like Victor and Lieselot, working on different projects. They report bugs, they create user stories, they make tickets, they ask for features. And that is really what is shaping the extension. We started out with just one facet option, but now it's getting really complex, but still a really nice code base, and we have a lot of option and config options because some of our customers have really complex questions for the search, and I think we're managing perfectly. And good news is we are planning to release WS Search with an open source license soon, so everybody can use it and help shape it. So this is some roadmap. We started this in December. I myself created a working proof of concept, both backend and front end. So we had something that worked, and then we the backend stuff has been given to Marijn. You see, he made a really nice structure for this, and really shortly after we were releasing this on customer websites, and then more features were needed, and we added them, and we're still developing. And every time we add a new feature, we have to go back and clean up the code a little bit. And we're hoping for community contributions in the future, or even user stories from the community. What is missing? What do people need? And bug reports and that kind of stuff. We want to make a really solid search experience. And I really fast. This is the Cessna. I wanted to show a little bit. Here I have some facets next to the search. So this is also another way of displaying this. So here you can select a model and it will only load the appropriate models. And you see it's really fast. In this system there are, I think, 10,000 of PDFs. So if I search for the word, it will search in all these PDFs and show me some snippets. And it uses this the Semantic Media Wiki data for creating all these filters. So I can only look for magazines. It will only show the magazines and so on. These are simple facets. So these are all just properties from this page, but we can do a lot more complex facets also. So yeah, you can do and or and all kinds of and you see this is another search page. It looks the same, but it has other options. And yeah, I don't know what to search for, but you can find a lot if you search it. Yeah, I think this is really it. I'll stop sharing my screen and I look at the questions. Yeah, you can use this extension for your. I don't know if you can place it on the special search, but you can use it on special pages. You can use it as the main search engine for your wiki. And you also can use it for all kinds of search inputs, which you can link and add. Yeah, one thing I didn't show is that everything you do, every facet you select or search term you add, is added to the URL. So every search is savable and sendable to somebody. And in this way, you can also make predefined selections from some search fields. Does it integrate with the Elasticsearch suggester? I'm not. How can it be? I'm not familiar with the Elasticsearch suggester. Sorry, but I know it uses just normal Elasticsearch queries, and it uses DSL, I think. So when I created the proof of concept, I just created normal Elasticsearch queries, but now Marijn uses some functions of Semantic MediaWiki and DSL, I think it's called, to create these queries. I don't know what the Elasticsearch suggester is, sorry. Yeah, I've seen there was an attempt to add the facets to Semantic MediaWiki. I looked a lot into to the Semantic MediaWiki code base, and I saw there was still some unit tests in there for the faceted search, but I think it stopped development. So yeah, we had to do it because we needed it. Yeah, why it's fast? Elasticsearch is really fast. It's amazing. Elasticsearch is an amazing tool. You can have like 10,000s of documents and do really fast queries. And the Vue JavaScript is also really fast on updating the page. So this combination. One feature which wasn't mentioned that is planned right now for the combined PDF page search. Yeah, for the for the Cessna, it's only PDFs with added metadata, but for some projects you have the PDF living on another page and you want to have this data connected. Is it ever useful to have more than one search interface on the same category or class or pages? Yeah, maybe. So I have on the Cessna side, I have one page that searches all the classes or categories, and I have some sub pages that only search for one class but have more facets and more options. There are ways to combine them. There's also options, but I don't know where it's useful, but you can. Can this extension modify special search? Yeah. So it will not, if I understand Victor correctly, because he's the one asking for features, and Marijn is doing a lot of the backend work. So I'm not familiar with all the settings from the backend, especially when they don't have something to do with the Vue front end. But what he is saying is that that you can replace, I think, the special page, and it will replace with our search page. Yeah. Are there some questions which aren't in the stage? Maybe on the stage chat.
That's it for right now.
Okay. Now I hope we'll be releasing this soon. Because I think it's a really handy tool, and I don't think there's something like this available right now. So I'll keep you updated on this.
Okay, Robus, thank you very much. That's pretty exciting. It's something that I've been dreaming of to be able to use within MediaWiki for a while. So it's great to see that.
I think we created a really nice set of config options were really easy to use in all kinds of situations. I think we're using it on 3 of our customer websites already, and all these 3 projects are really, really different from each other, but still we can use the same code base.
Hey, one more quick question. Does the query refresh without reloading the page?
Yes. Yeah. You mean like it is not reloaded. It's all JavaScript. Yeah.
Very
So if you search something, you'll see the results there almost directly. I can. I have a few minutes. I can show it again if you like. So here I'll just copy something from here and search it. So if you search it, you see the new results are shown almost immediately. I can go to another page and so on. It's really fast. Maybe I can show the config also. There isn't much here. No settings required. Okay. The markup again. Yeah, I can. I'll send you the README. One moment, please. Okay, my presentation will be published also online if you want to check it out. Oh, there's too much characters. I'm sorry. I think this link is available for everyone. Here's the README where you can check the markup if, on your own time. I think it's open for everyone to visit. Okay, I think that's it for me. I managed to fill the half hour, and hope to hear from you guys soon when this is published.
Okay. Well, pretty exciting. I posted that link in the other streams as well. But yeah, I think you're going to have a lot of people interested in this.
Oh, it requires login. It says why? Oh. I thought it was open. Okay.
Let's queue up ad, and then if you can get a login or a different URL to allow people to check it out, we'll do that there.
I will.
So ad, if you want to click the share audio and video and get in the queue, I'll let you in here. And thank you, Rovis.
Yeah. Thanks. Bye.
Bye. All right, we see you, Ad. All right, we see you, Ad.
And you can hear me as well?
Can hear you, and we can see your screen, so you're live.
Oh, no, that's, yeah, all right, but this is not the right one. This is the. I hear myself.
You might want to mute a YouTube stream if you've got that one going as well.
Wait a minute.
You might want to mute a YouTube stream if you've got that one going as well.
Oh, wait a minute. I closed the wrong one, I think. So this is the one. Does this look right?
Yeah. Yep. That's
great.
My title.
So I have to watch what I'm saying because Charlie is probably registering what I'm saying. So if I have a lot of us or I say weird things, then it stays there forever. I'm the art Robert was talking about, so I'm a little bit proud that I initiated the WS search. It's really, I think it's really a killer feature. I would call it a killer feature. It really is awesome, and in combination with Semantic Media Wiki, but why not in combination with Cargo, for example? That's one of the things I'm going to talk about. What I'm going to talk about is about MediaWiki being a very good basis for an open source content services platform. What is a content services platform? By the way, this is not going to be. I'm going to give a summary, I think, of the presentation I did half a year ago, but so it may look like the same presentation, but it isn't. So don't worry. What is a content services platform? That's what we thought was interesting is that Gartner has something to say about that. He says the content service platform is an evolution of enterprise content management, and it helps organize, manage, and control content for organizations, companies. And I said the wiki way. I think it's interesting to elaborate a little bit on that. There was a discussion yesterday about sharing knowledge the wiki way yesterday, and it seemed like people were saying, well, shouldn't companies, organizations be more like work more in a wiki way? And it seemed a little bit like organizations should have Wikipedians working for them instead of knowledge workers, and that they should focus on, have as a goal to share knowledge instead of meeting business goals. And I think it's perfectly okay if you are a knowledge worker. Well, obviously, in companies and organizations, we don't have Wikipedians, we have knowledge workers, and we need to meet business goals. And our objective is not to share knowledge. That's a means. But of course, it's perfectly all right, and it might be a very good idea if organizations are inspired by the way Wikipedia works and by the way wikis work. And that's, of course, a very good idea. But it must be very clear that we at Wikibase Solutions are in the business of providing business solutions. And so we are dealing with knowledge workers, and we are dealing with meeting business goals. Okay, this is a picture. The difference is, of course, the logo that I showed half year ago as well. What this picture means is that MediaWiki and Semantic MediaWiki and other extensions and the whole community provide a lot of the features that the critical capabilities that a content services platform should provide. So it really is it's a very interesting opportunity that we are looking at. The point, however, when we have customers and they all are very interested, but what they want is out-of-the-box solutions. And of course, we have a very large box, you might say. I heard yesterday someone say that we have around 3,500 extensions. But that's a box that is too big, and it's so it's unusable. So customers need to understand and know what works well, what works well for them. I think it was Cindy who did a comparison between, or has done a comparison between what is in Wikipedia and what would be in a company wiki when it comes to extensions. Some companies really think that if you copy Wikipedia and put it in the organization, it will work. And but it doesn't. It doesn't, for multiple reasons. And one of the reasons, of course, is that Wikipedia is a very specific use case with very specific extensions as well, but with a very specific goal that doesn't fit organizations. And I think what they are also forgetting is that behind Wikipedia, there is a very solid organization. And so it's not only the platform, it's also people moderating stuff, organizing things, organizing meetings, doing a lot of things to make Wikipedia work. And that's, of course, something that you don't see and that companies don't always understand. So it's different. So what do we think at Wikibase that should be in the box that organizations are thinking of when they want to use MediaWiki for their own organizations, for their own organization. Well, we have put that, I think it's a good idea to put that in different layers. So the basic layer, of course, is MediaWiki itself. And in the second layer, there should be some features that work together well, and that you can rely on that they work together well. And that is something that we want to talk about, we want to discuss. And this is for now what I think should be in the box, and that is this list. The spaces are inspired by Confluence. I think I said last time that the MediaWiki Content Services platform should be an open source alternative to products like SharePoint and Confluence. We changed a little bit. Right now, we think it should be an open source alternative to Confluence, and it should integrate with SharePoint. Yeah, that's what our customers want. They want the content services platform, but they also have SharePoint, and they want it to be integrated. For example, they want to have their documents, their SharePoint documents, available in the wiki, or they want, yeah. So that's an interesting subject. Spaces is a Confluence concept, and it means that you can organize your wiki in different spaces. Should those spaces be private, which means that if you have with your department or with a group of people a space that you don't want to be readable by other people or people that are not in the space, I think that's something that, yeah. So that's an interesting question, and and obviously that is very interlinked with the access control and permission, and it might even be interlinked with the logging, because if you have private spaces and private spaces need to be secure, then you must not only be able to manage that with access control and permissions, but you also must be able to prove that you are, or let's say to verify that. And if you want access control and permissions be based on properties, semantic properties, and you want in the same go be able to search within a space, well, then you have those 5 features integrated. So then you understand very well, I think, that you need those that you need all 5 of those features together, work together. So spaces is about separate spaces in a wiki that contain documents, pages, like we know, of course, in MediaWiki. The semantic data, our default is semantic MediaWiki, and that at this moment this will be stronger, I think, because of the fact that we use Elasticsearch and faceted search, like Robus showed you, which is really a very interesting combination. And we have Robus mentioned the Council of State, but over there they have hundreds of thousands of pages that have been imported, verdicts, as a matter of fact. And when those verdicts are imported, a lot of metadata and even, let's say, annotations from within the verdict is processed in in the way we know that. So you save the page and you get a lot of properties on that page, but there's a lot of information, a lot of semantic data, and searching works very well, and it seems very scalable. It's very performant. The performance is great. So why not stick with SMW? But I talked to I already discussed this with Jeroen. We would really like to have the opportunity to also use cargo and put cargo semantic data in the same Elasticsearch database. So why not? So that if you use WS search like Robus showed you, you can get pages that have cargo data as well, or just cargo data. That would be great. So what do we think should be in the box? This is the basis. We have heard, of course, there's a lot of very interesting. There have been already some very interesting presentations and discussions about what companies want, what they would like. And one of them is, of course, the wiki management feature that Lex demonstrated. We all liked very much Charlie's presentation about WS Forms. We are in a discussion, or we are in a discussion about content sharing, and that's of course with page sync or page exchange. Both extensions. They don't do the same, but they are both involved with sharing content beyond the limits of your wiki, and that is something that is very important. What we also see that is very important is that we, and that's more and more, well, what we see and what we think is very interesting is that our customers tend to get larger, so larger companies, larger projects, and then you need to have your DevOps practices in play. You need to be able to use the code pipeline on AWS to go from source code to building containers and deploying them in any number of environments that your customer wants on AWS and on Azure. So that's a very important subject. So what does, in this case, out of the box mean for our customer? I think it means those three things. It means that the features must be proven, or as you want, the extensions must be proven. They must work together well, and they must be supported. Preferably be supported by, for example, the MW stake organization. So some MediaWiki organization that supports those extensions. But supported is a very important feature of out-of-the-box extensions. So the question is, or not, perhaps not really the question, that's what I'm saying, is well, let's do what we are supposed to do. Let's do what our customers think we should do, or I perhaps assume that we are doing already, so don't say that we don't. It's a similar way of looking at the MediaWiki at Wikimedia. We also assume and expect that Wikimedia. There was a discussion yesterday about, I think, about the discussion and about some extent and approved refs or flagged refs. I always mix them up. But the point is that things are not working as smoothly as we expect. Well, that's what our customers say to us as well. If we propose to use an extension or propose to use a visual editor, and they expect it to work, and when we advise to use it in forms, then they expect it to work, of course. And there's numerous examples. So our customers expect us to do this, not only build good stuff, but also join forces and also to discuss and align what we are doing. So my question is, that's a very concrete question, how about each Wednesday? We have had meetings the last few months. So my proposal is to meet every Wednesday. And my questions to you, so this is not a question, this is not your question, this is my question. By the way, I only see my presentation. I don't see any questions. So I'm going to have a look if I can. Wait a minute. Yeah. Got it. Does anyone want to join the weekly 1-hour CSP meetings? What are the subjects that you want to discuss? And of course, we are a worldwide community, so what would be a good time? We had some meetings the last weeks around at 3 o'clock CET, but I think everybody on the West Coast of the United States was still sleeping. And so what would be a good time? And what is your email address? And that's that's really my question to you. So if you can answer that, it would be great. And the next one is, do you have questions? Yeah, well, I am interested. That's a good question, Brian. Brian says how to best give those answers. You can email them at wikibase.nl. That would be a great idea. And that's really a good point. Wait a minute. Oh. And but I'm also interested in hearing some subjects that you might want to discuss. And I have some questions here already from Brian. I wonder if the idea of spaces can be mapped to the MediaWiki namespaces. Well, as a matter of fact, we have developed an extension for that, and it's called WS Spaces. That doesn't sound like a miracle. And in fact, what we do with that extension is if you create a space from within the wiki, so you're in the wiki and say, I want to create a new space, what happens is that a new namespace is created together with some settings about permissions, so group permissions, and together with some pages, like a home page for the space. And so you don't only get a namespace, but you get a lot of other stuff as well. So the idea is that you can create spaces from within the wiki. Are wiki farms an approach that could be used for spaces? Yeah, well, that has, it becomes an interest. This becomes a very good question if you want to have private spaces, because private spaces don't exist yet. So if you want your space to be private, it better be a separate wiki, and then farms become very interesting. So so this is what they are doing at NASA with their wikis, and that's a very valid approach. But our objective for the future is that within the wiki you also can create private spaces. But this is still a difficult subject. So perhaps wiki farms are for the better option for the short term, if you want to have private spaces.
Not seeing any new questions. If anybody has a new question for Ad, go ahead and add it to the stage element or YouTube stream. And while we're waiting, just one little additional piece of housekeeping. If you're logged in to Hopin, in the upper right next to your profile pic, there's a little up arrow. If you see that red, it means somebody has tried to direct message you. So the platform supports direct messaging and one-on-one conferences. So if you see that, someone's trying to ask you a question or get in touch with you. And I'm not seeing any new questions.
No, I do have yeah, if people want to join the CSP meetings, as I said, and I've said that before, I think already long time before this, customers of ours say that we are sitting on gold, and what they mean is, of course, that you can make a lot of money with wikis, and that's not what we have a very nice business, and that's going very well. But what they really find amazing is that the community is so small, and that for this MediaWiki software that everybody knows and everybody can download, there isn't a thriving, more business-oriented, business-focused community, and that's so. I am very interested to know who else is interested in business, a business perspective with MediaWiki. Because I think there's a lot of different people, I think the market is big, and we really want to support growing, make this market and make this opportunity grow.
Well, thanks, Adam. I know the idea of MediaWiki products is becoming, really popular with a lot of consultants and people in the MediaWiki development space. So it's great to see a good structured discussion about it. And I will admit that it's just the timing on your weekly meetings that has been hard for me on the West Coast of the US. But I'm going to try to start making them.
So 5:30 might be better, Brian.
Yeah, I'll start making it. It's just been early, but yeah. Okay, well, thank you, Ad. I really appreciate it.
Bye.
And next up, we have Lane, Liam, and Ryan talking about Wikimedia Enterprise.
Hello. Thank you for having us.
Thank you for joining. Hi, guys.
Hello. Good morning, afternoon.
Yep, audio is working for everybody. You want to try your screen share before I drop out?
Certainly. How does that look?
Looks good.
Trying to present it in a way that means I don't have to take up my entire screen so I can still see you. Otherwise, I just have the entire screen, but I'll have to live with that, I think. Okay, here we go. So thank you for having us. We are the team behind Wikimedia Enterprise, the long time coming, if you think of it in terms of the number of times and ways that the Wikimedia Foundation has been working on building an API or working with the commercial sector, particularly the higher volume commercial sector, proactively. But this particular team and this particular project has about 6 months under its belt, 9 months under its belt. And we've just recently come to the Wikimedia community with what we're doing for documentation and community discussions, with the product coming in another couple of months' time. So this is a really interesting moment to see how we're going about what I've described here as squaring the circle, how to work with the commercial sector and service level agreements in a way that is appropriate for the Wikimedia community ethos and culture. For this presentation, parts of this didn't load. Okay, let's try that again. Right, okay, so slide 2 isn't presenting.
Well, that's too bad.
That would just be right, wouldn't it? Fortunately, I have uploaded these slides to Wikimedia Commons already, so I will go to that. So I would like to introduce, for the purposes of giving this presentation, my colleagues Ryan and Lane, who are here in the presentation. Let me see if I can make this display properly. Of course, this always happens when you're doing a live demonstration. Right. Do we know how to make the make it full screen?
Zoom in maybe to the slide.
Right. Well, that'll just have to do, won't it?
We'll go with it.
All right. So I'd like to introduce my colleagues Ryan and Lane here for this presentation, starting with Lane, not to be confused with Ryan Lane, a well-known MediaWiki developer. Starting with Lane, our business developer, and we'll then continue with Ryan, the product manager, speaking respectively on what is the product from a commercial sector perspective, and then what is the product from a technical perspective, and afterwards we will continue with questions. So Lane.
All right, everybody. I am Lane. I will say that it's true that I'm used to being in most environments the only Lane in the place, in the joint, and here in the Wikimedia movement that has proved not to be the case. So it's entertaining for me. So as Liam mentioned, I'm the sort of business and operations person when it comes to Wikimedia Enterprise, which means that even when I know the answers to technical questions, I try to pretend that I don't. And I kind of want to just walk you all through the kind of the background and the thinking and some of the sort of like arguments and wouldn't say justification exactly, but kind of the framework that we're using to think about like how Wikimedia Enterprise operates and like sort of how we see its value, you know, to the foundation, but really more to the movement broadly. So here's our basic thesis for thinking about Wikimedia Enterprise. So, you know, technology companies, large ones, many small ones actually, rely on, or smaller than the sort of big ones that we all know and love, no strong word for it, they rely on Wikimedia data from many of the projects extensively. For one thing, it's the baseline for many organizations' knowledge graphs, which they use to power all sorts of products. So when we're thinking about, say, like the Big Five type companies, the FANG type companies, we're talking about their search engines, we're talking about their digital assistants, but even as they're starting to explore other spaces like augment, that the Wikimedia data is ending up extensively in those environments. And then when you really dig into it, you start to understand like, oh, these graphs are actually consumed and used in a variety of different environments. So there's they use it for maps and even for some geolocation work. They use it in their advertising platforms. They use it in their video platforms. They use it in their audio platforms. Really anywhere that someone needs access to a store of common knowledge, they're going to be reaching out to one of our projects, whether it's one of or all of the Wikipedias, whether it's Commons, whether it's Wikidata. All of these are seen as sort of differently valuable. The text-based projects, the knowledge graph, all of it. Use them in sort of different combinations, right? So depending on their size, depending on their goals, they've all kind of come up with different ways to access all of the information, all the content that's provided by the movement. This is both a sort of a strength and in some ways a weakness. So we can talk about why that's the case. Next slide. I'm liking this lo-fi manual slide change. So I like it.
At least it's not like an overhead projector.
That would be amazing if I could just be drawing with a sharp. We should work on that. All right. So so the challenge for not just the large organizations, but actually every organization, is that maintaining third-party access to our data is actually very challenging, and in some cases very expensive. And the reason for this is that we have at no point has our sort of technology stack ever really been designed for third-party ingestion or for third-party reuse, right? Which isn't to say that it doesn't happen. It happens extensively, but it's never been really deliberately considered. And so what you see is that when we started talking to a variety of different enterprises, commercial enterprises that maintain third-party access to Wikimedia content on a regular basis, is that it costs them a lot of money. And a lot of time, and a lot of people have to work on maintaining these ingestion pipelines. The reason for this is that, again, we haven't really designed it in that way. So what does this mean? It means that we don't guarantee data quality. We also don't guarantee data access, right? Say, like, we promise that this API is going to be here tomorrow. We just say, hey, the API is here today. From a business perspective, that can be challenging. We strive to maintain data quality, but again, there's a difference between maintenance of data quality and a guarantee of data quality, because what businesses and organizations want is guarantees. They want to know that things are going to work the same way tomorrow and next week and next month that they do today. It's also the case that data is inconsistent between APIs and other methods of ingestion that we have, like our dumps. It is because they were developed in isolation and they were developed to serve specific non-commercial purposes. There isn't a lot of consistency. We don't have a standard format in which we deliver this data. And again, quite expensive to figure out how to make our different ingestion methods, third-party ingestion methods together. And then additionally, like delivery methods, when we say we lack clear indications of the data's actual value to the consumer, by which we mean the third-party consumer in this case, what that just means is like we don't. There are a lot of different ways in which commercial organizations utilize our data, and we don't really, again, strive to put it in a format that indicates that. We don't make it clear when an edit is a critical edit and when it's a small edit. In some cases we do, in some cases we don't. And again, we don't do that in a consistent way. The data can be really, really valuable when you're, say, a commercial entity that's ingesting all of this content into your own knowledge graph, and you want to be able to, say, prioritize between different types of data, or prioritize between things that are critical for updates and things that can be delayed. So all of these are small changes that we can start to think about making when we're looking at this through the lens of how do we serve commercial customers. And then finally, a kind of a similar point to the first one, which is that, as we talk to these companies, what we discovered is many companies, not just the big ones, actually put people on, have people expend significant time and energy managing it, cleaning it, munging it, ensuring that it works consistently, dealing with any sort of like breaks in the pipes when they come down the line. And while there's always going to be some degree of maintenance that is required on the part of these companies, it's become clear that if we can do more work on our end, on the side of on the Wikimedia side of things, we could potentially allow them to put some of those resources to better use. So that last point kind of leads into this point, which is that if we can do that, if we can make it cheaper for these companies to work with our data by freeing up engineering resources, then they will pay. Additionally, if we can start to deliver this data in a way that is consistent as a platform with sort of with guarantees of reliability, promise of sort of like future developments that are going to further serve their needs, all of this lends itself to a business structure in which we sell ongoing and consistent access to this data in a way that's going to solve their problems and allow for a relationship that looks and feels more like the commercial relationships that they have with other data providers. And we believe that we can do this in a way that doesn't violate our mission. It certainly doesn't violate any of our content licenses. If anything, it strengthens it by giving us a contractual relationship in which we can strive to ensure that those content licenses are followed. And then again, sort of allows us kind of tune functionality and services to those specific needs. And the goal ultimately in all of this is to do this in a way that is consistent or consonant with the mission of the foundation and the movement overall. It doesn't denigrate it in any way, shape, or form, but actually allows us to carve out these specific customers, these commercial customers, and deliver something in a way that is valuable to them, that delivers value back to the movement, and that ultimately begins to serve our larger sort of 2030 movement strategy goals. Next slide. So here's kind of the metaphor we like to use, these lovely images from the Noun Project. The metaphor that we like to use is that, like, if Wikimedia, the Wikimedia and the movement overall is a planet, we want enterprise to kind of be a little satellite off to the side, something that doesn't interfere with the function of the planet, that doesn't get in the way of any of the sort of daily activities or daily routines of anybody that's on the planet. It's just kind of this thing that we spend a little bit of money to shoot off into space, and it's up there and it's rotating around, doing its own thing, and sort of eventually and occasionally delivering value back, or consistently, I should say, delivering value back to the planet, kind of off to the side of value out in space, right? So again, like, very much our kind of goal here is to figure out how to serve the mission and the movement, even as we layer in some of these sort of challenging or what can be perceived as challenging sort of commercial elements, because these are things that we have never because these are things that we've never really attempted to do before, or at least not at this scale. Next slide. And just, I mentioned we want to be consistent and against the movement strategy recommendations. So here are the two movement strategy recommendations that we are very specifically addressing with this project. And discussion about doing something like this predates the movement strategy, but this is the language sort of emerged through the strategy that that we lean on when we're thinking about how do we do this? How do we deliver in a way that provides value to the movement, commercial and otherwise, without interfering with the mission? So first is increase the sustainability of our movement. It's very direct. Explore new opportunities for both revenue generation and free knowledge dissemination through partner income. For example, building enterprise level APIs. So there you go. And then the second one is improve the user experience by making the Wikimedia API suite more comprehensive, reliable, secure, and fast in partnership with large-scale users, and improve awareness of and ease of attribution and verifiability for content. And we are really, in this case, we very much believe that we can balance both of these points. We absolutely can make it more comprehensive, reliable, secure, and fast in partnership with these users. And through that process, we absolutely can and are and will improve the ease of attribution and verifiability. These things go hand in hand. One of the things we have discovered as we started talking to third-party reusers is that in contrast to what perhaps was sometimes perceived, they really want to deliver against the content licenses. And sometimes it is more challenging than they would like for it to be able to programmatically identify the license that is attached to a particular piece of content and ensure that they can deliver against that. I see a couple questions, so we'll get to those in just a second. So just to give you a sense for what we are building with Wikimedia Enterprise, it is no surprise, given everything we've set up to this point, a data delivery platform that delivers what commercial consumers of our data need. So an enterprise level product to be released in 2021, sometime in the second half of the year, ideally on the earlier side of that. Baselined against existing methods of data access to make transitioning relatively seamless. Ryan will be talking about the product in some depth in just a moment, but you'll see that while we are building sort of a new API suite, it has relationships or callbacks perhaps to the existing free API suite, and part of that is part of the reason for that is to make it relatively simple to transition to the commercial platform, but also because we don't want people to be trapped on it, to make it so that people can transition back to the free platform when necessary. All of which is, the goal is to recognize that a lot of companies, a lot of organizations are already using our APIs. And so we want to recognize that the value that they get there, maintain that value, and then build on top of it. And the way that we see building on top of it is we're going to deliver that data with higher frequency, right? So as Ryan will talk about, we want to be giving access to exports or dumps of the data more frequently than the 2-week period in which we currently do it. Again, guarantees of reliability, which are critical from a business perspective, and something that is separate and apart from actual, related to, but separate and apart from actual reliability is the guarantee of reliability. And then better context. And what we mean when we say better context is just better commercial context. So a framing that makes sense to commercial and a delivery of this data in a way that makes sense to commercial organizations and is more consistent with the way that they're used to getting content programmatically from third-party providers. And then just a couple other things you should know about it. It's going to look, the Wikimedia service, as I mentioned, is going to be a separate company. It's a single owner LLC, a limited liability a US-based corporation. This is largely a designation is largely for tax purposes, with the goal of sort of maintaining our the nonprofit status of the organization. And if you're curious about more of that, there's a lot more explication of kind of the thinking behind that on our page in Meta, as well as quite a bit of discussion on the talk page behind it. So what we're looking at is what we mean when we say it's going to look a lot more like what commercial providers have. We're talking about dedicated on-demand customer support as part of the contractual guarantee. So this is actually something that will be pretty new. Around here, this won't be sort of the traditional channels that these companies have gone to get access. They will actually be able to talk directly to our customer support team. A service level agreement that guarantees a reliable percentage of uptime. Again, something that they're looking for. And engineering consulting services to help customers get the most value out of their use of Wikimedia data. So these are all very consistent and common. So these are all very common in a sort of an enterprise environment or an enterprise SaaS environment or an enterprise data delivery environment, but very, very new for us. So before we jump to product, Liam, since I have a few minutes, should I try and address a couple of the questions that we've seen come up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you just read out the questions? Or I'll read it to you if you prefer, and then you can reply.
Let's do that. Perfect. And I should apologize. I have to jump as soon as I finish my presentation because I've been called into another thing. And also I've seen Ryan and Liam. They're good. I've seen it.
So the first question is, this is a fairly new effort from the Wikimedia Foundation with regards to the technical, commercial, and political aspects of the project so far, at least, which has been the most difficult, or I'll add also the most surprising.
Sure. I mean, I will only give I can only give my perspective, and Ryan and Liam may have their own. Difficult is sort of a strong word. I would say like the part that I would say that as a team, we've been arguably most invested in is really figuring out how to do this in a way that's consistent with the movement and its values and its mission and its values. I would say trying, acknowledging the challenging aspects of the project, both real and perceived, frankly, has been part of this. And I think for us, I mean, I hesitate to use the word difficult, but I would certainly say I feel like it's where we've expended the most effort, is just ensuring and continuing to try and ensure that what we're doing here makes sense and isn't going to be sort of a net negative for, again, like the Wikimedia movement broadly.
Yeah, it was good. It was always a known challenge. That wasn't a surprising challenge. That was always important. I think you're coming from the business sector into Wikimedia, or the government sector, I should say, and I'm coming from Wikimedia. This is my first time being involved in a overtly commercial project. What's been interesting to me and surprising to me is, clarify, completely unsurprising to me, is that it's really difficult to quantify how to actually describe Wikimedia in a commercial capacity. And how do you walk into one of these companies and actually say, please give us money for the thing that you're already getting for free, and that you can still get for free if you want to. We're not turning that off. Yep.
It's funny, there's another question a little further down the list, just jumping ahead, that says, once the content is being paid for, will the customers, the enterprise supplier, start trying to call the shots over that content? So one of the things that we try and be very clear about with this product is that it is not a content product, it is a content delivery product, right? So what you are paying for is a different kind of delivery, and that delivery is more tuned to sort of commerce in the way that commercial entities operate. But we're very clear, we're like, you don't get any control over the content. We don't have any control over the content. We certainly can't give any control to you over the content. It's very much a take it or. And what we have discovered is that, especially for the commercial providers that already work with their content, there is that understanding already. So I don't think we have not had much of an experience of anyone trying to call the shot. Just sort of shrug and say, great, good luck, go join the community and try and have influence through those channels. We can't do it. We can't help you.
There's a couple more questions here. With planet and satellite analogy, what is your response to the satellite being perceived or being, in reality or perception, too big? Is there a worry that enterprise will get too much money and therefore affect using the satellite metaphor, the two-body problem? Where's the center of gravity?
Yep. So we have made a commitment signed off by the executive team at the foundation that the income from enterprise will never represent more than 30% of the total income for the foundation broadly. And we're working on like how to sort of get that ratified in a way that is sort of legalistic and meaningful, but that commitment has been made.
And the revenue itself goes into the movement, so things like the endowment or towards the annual plan. It's a bit like the fundraising process from banners or emails. That money goes into movement revenue, which then gets disseminated according to whatever the annual plan or procedures of the movement are. It's not like this money is somehow different in that regard.
Right.
It still comes under the auspices of the Wikimedia Foundation Board of Trustees and that fiduciary responsibility.
Yep.
The next question, and then we'll move over to Ryan for the more technical perspective. Are you currently working with some of the big tech companies to tailor their solution to their needs, or is this being developed in-house? I'll combine that with the question of, can you share the companies you're working with, targeting, or have contracts with? If not, how will that be disclosed, or will that be disclosed?
How about if I answer the first one of those and you answer the second, Liam? We are not working with the big tech companies, so the solution is being developed in-house. That said, we have done extensive customer research, not just with the big tech companies, but with a wide range of technologies that rely on Wikimedia content in a variety of different contexts and a variety of different industries, because our goal is ultimately to tailor this product in a way that serves commercial needs broadly, but not the specific commercial needs of any one company. Fortunately, what we're discovering, and through customer research and customer discovery, which is ongoing, if you've got a company you'd like us to talk to or an organization you'd like us to talk to, just let us know. What we've discovered is that Their needs are highly overlap. So go ahead, Ryan.
And I have something to add around that. It's to like a more technical angle to that first question around what has been the most difficult part so far. Oh, I guess it's not difficult, but surprising is like a lot of the problems that reusers face is pretty ubiquitous. It's similar things. And so as we did that customer research, it's documented on our MediaWiki page to an extent. So if you have questions, I'm happy to answer more. But a lot of that work is like a lot of people have trouble with wiki text or some of these kind of larger MediaWiki issues to people that aren't, or reusers that aren't as familiar with the Wikiverse as maybe we are, like kind of pointing to all the folks that are coming to this conference today. So I think that's been part of the interesting product challenge of it too.
I'm going to hand off to Ryan and thank you all. I apologize for having in good hands. And thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Lane. To answer that, the second half of that question that was just given is who are we working with? Starting the primary, the primary customer base for now is the biggest companies. This is the largest use case, but over time, trying to work with smaller organizations and trying to make sure that it actually kind of levels the playing field in the sense that currently, as Lane described, to work with Wikimedia content at this large scale requires a large amount of internal infrastructure and investment. Anyway, by providing this API service to any commercial organization to the scale that they need, kind of levels the playing field and allows organizations who aren't the biggest of the big to also join this game. We won't be able to talk about individual relationships because it's the commercial sector. But what we are doing is, along with that 30% promise that Lane mentioned, there will also be a register of all clients, all customers who have a commercial relationship higher than that which is considered a disclosable relationship for donation purposes to the Wikimedia Foundation. Currently, that's, I think, $250,000. If you donate more than $250,000 to the Wikimedia Foundation Board of Trustees have to personally confirm that, approve of that. We're trying to match that by saying, whatever that level is, if that changes, goes up in the future, goes down, we will have a register saying these organizations are customers to that level or greater, which is, I think, an appropriate level of transparency. We have a couple of more questions in the chat there for more technical questions, which I think we'll hold until after Ryan's talk. Otherwise, they might actually be answered directly in that presentation. So I will put the slides back on. And Ryan, over to you.
Sweet. Okay. Well, Lane touched on some of these points as he was talking, but I thought it would be helpful to go do a more technical dive into what we're actually building and where we're at. And I actually put some pseudo demo screenshots to walk you through kind of where the product is today and where it is heading. So first, I wanted just to give a general overview. So Lane described this as a data delivery platform. That's very much what it is. We are selling a very consistent and reliable pipe of data to our clients and customers, the folks that use this. That comes in kind of three simple APIs. The first is a Firehose API. Compare this to event streams, but with more filterability, a very defined JSON schema that passes a myriad of different like commercially interesting data points that are also publicly available and also like lives with a stable connection. And then we also have a series of other APIs. One is the bulk content API, where you can actually download daily corpus exports or dumps, as we call them, of any Wikimedia project text-based Wikimedia project, and you can actually download hourly diffs of just those changes for every project. So the idea here is, since folks are trying to cache our content on their side or mirror it in order to use it to propagate a knowledge graph that fills a product on their end or a series of products, giving a pipe of data that allows them to do that more easily and to immediately nip some of the challenges Lane was describing with our current API suite is a large value prop here. So that's kind of where we're like chewing into the market, is on this data pipe. But if you go to the next slide, Liam, the stuff that we're going to do with this is focus on two major areas. Without reinventing too many wheels here, we want to talk about trying to make our content more machine readable for reusers. There's this kind of large meta point of you're getting just wiki text or just HTML. Okay, how about all the other metadata that we want? Or how about just actually using that HTML or wiki text in an effective way? These are some of the areas that in the future we're going to bite into and start to add to these schemas. And then on the content integrity front, there's been like a lot of conversation about this post-launch. It's just kind of providing a fuller picture in many facets of, you know, kind of some of the data that our communities use to actually make decisions if something is vandalism or not. A lot of this stuff is because, you know, only we are privy or like understanding of all the nuances of the community. These data points don't make it outside of our community when folks are using them for commercial purposes. So just kind of trying to find and compiling a nice schema to fit into these pipes. So the analogy I've been using is, if we're building a pipe of data right now with kind of dirty water in it, we want to just clean the water over the next through the roadmap of this product, so that folks get a more, you know, optimized view into the wiki world from their end, and they can use more effective data. Yeah, go ahead, Liam. Okay, I don't know how big this is for you all, but actually this is the least important demo slide here. I just wanted to give you, so the place we're at right now is we're in soft beta is what I guess I will call it. We're working with a series of folks that have been interested and helped guide us through this process. There's actually the Wikimedia dumps will be hosting our dumps for community every 2 weeks, so that if anyone's interested to kind of look under the hood and see what we're building, I would deeply appreciate feedback from each and all of you that are interested in doing it. So we're kind of at this phase where we're really QAing out what we've built in these dumps, these exports, these diffs, and kind of starting to play around with the schema like I was talking about. So we have a simple API. It's 3 API endpoints: download a diff on any Wikipedia, or download a dump on any Wikipedia daily, and just an endpoint to grab an individual page. So this is a picture here of just some kind of beta docs of our diffs, like endpoint. So easy peasy. Underneath the hood, and this is like this is the type of stuff that'll be subject to change, but just putting into concrete, we have JSON files for every single article within. We're actually probably going to smash this all in one JSON file, but I thought this was a more articulate way to show it. But this is an example of simple English wiki, which is a good testing one, since it's smaller than large English wiki, but it still has quite a bit of content in it. So this is just a list of all of the articles, and this is the dumped at midnight or a little bit before midnight on 4/19. Yeah, Liam, if you go to the next one. So what's inside of each of these pages, or what does the structure look like? I used Douglas Adams as an example, Q42, many of you might know. So right now our schema is very basic. We're just kind of providing HTML and wiki text, and that's kind of where the secret sauce is too of what's new, is providing HTML alongside wiki text gives commercial reusers the ability to effectively use either or, the best of both worlds in their ingestion feeds to actually take this content and use it. But it also has like a series of other metadata, like what wiki is this from? What is the URL for this? When was this revision modified? The licensing, and the QID, the title. So this is the precise thing that is going to expand over time, but as a beta and a minimum viable product, we're just trying to reach parity with what folks are grabbing from a myriad of APIs right now into one single API interface. Liam, you can move on to the next one. And cool, so all of these map directly over to Wikidata. So in this example, Q42 is mapped over. So typically the goal is we provide the media wiki IDs alongside the Q IDs, and it depends on who wants to use what for their primary key. QIDs are becoming more and more ubiquitous, as we all know, across industry, and kind of a single language agnostic view of just a topic. And so including these was a big step because it starts to add a linkage between these two projects, that when folks are actually ingesting these feeds, they can go, oh crap, I can go and pull what I want from Q42 and pull it into my knowledge graph in this way. And yes, so this is kind of the summation of what I'm talking about. Super basic schema on the left, very similar to, or this is identical to what I just showed you all for actually this Douglas Adams post. But within this, we'll start to design and bake in things around credibility signals, quality scoring, topic information. There's quite a few different areas in purely public data that we can make a more useful and dynamic schema for the use cases. So just to like go back, like we started all this, just what my first problem on this project was doing customer research or user research and finding that everybody uses our data, or everyone uses our APIs to get the data, but they have all created their own bespoke solution to actually doing it. The goal of, I would say, enterprise right now is to create a world where there isn't, not everybody has to go and make a bespoke solution, and especially to get us in a place where we can build good product, getting a product out there that is good for most, if not all, folks that are looking to reuse our content in this way. So a data pipe is kind of the first step there, but then just this is where the product becomes fun, is what do we want to include in here? Yeah, so I will pass it to Q&A. And it looks like we have some questions as well, so happy to answer any of these.
Yeah, well, let's start from the first one that came in during the presentation. Was, so the enterprise API falls over at 3 a.m. in California. Then what?
So we're actually hiring up around this. Currently, yeah, we have a team that is able to pick up these tasks at wee hours in the morning, but this is something that we have purposely built this agnostic to the Wikimedia Foundation or the internal pipes of MediaWiki. I think that's probably a pretty important point to say here. We're actually hosted externally, internally, if you're actually talking about the legal element of it, but we are on Amazon Web Services. I talk about that quite a bit in our MediaWiki docs. The enterprise API stopping at 3 in the morning, we're hiring around, or we have a team plus hiring more around that specific problem of how to kind of manage these SLAs. It's been a pretty big part of this team is we don't want to just create problems for other teams to be like, all right, we're now signing uptime service level agreements. Cool. Now everybody at the foundation or within the movement has to get on board with that. We're kind of inheriting a lot of that within our own world, if that makes sense. So, but we're still defining out the larger org and how it'll work against internal SRE, but we'll inherit that responsibility within our little satellite.
I put the link to our hosting documentation in the chat here, but for those watching the video later, it's at the MediaWiki.org documentation page, Wikimedia Enterprise subsection application hosting. The next question was, where is it?
What MediaWiki users involved and help out?
Yes.
Yeah.
How can people help out? You said you want help. Where can they go?
Fabricator is great. So we actually recently moved all of our project management flows over to Fabricator, and we have tasks and tickets around all this stuff. That's a direct line to me and the devs working on Enterprise. So anywhere that you have comments or anything of that nature, create a ticket, throw it on our board, and we'll address it.
I should also add, I put a link in the chat here, but on the main page on Meta, Wikimedia Enterprise on Meta, near the bottom, there's a subheading called Access, where you can see the different ways that you can obtain access to the service, both as a paid customer, not just yet because it's still being built, and also for free in different methods. So we've mentioned the database dumps, which will be freely available. That's not the commercially interesting section because it's the same content, but you can see the structure and the format of those every fortnight. Equally, if there's a community use case that is not served by an existing API, then we can provide that access for free to the live version for your personal, non-commercial purposes. Obviously, the scale of this feed is probably beyond the capacity of most people to be able to ingest and deal with and do something useful with. But if you have a use case and you'd like to play with it, then that's perfectly fine. Obviously, for non-commercial purposes, that would be also useful for feedback. The next question was, are there some large technical gaps that still need to be closed, or is this pretty much ready to go?
That's a good question. I'm going to interpret it as I interpret it, but I feel like I could go a couple different ways. I would say there aren't massive technical gaps. I think we're just still working through the flow of a lot of this. I mean, that roadmap roadmap considerations, there's some big things in there to chew on. And I think part of where we're at is we know what minimum sellable product looks like. Sorry to inject startup speak into this project, but we know what that looks like, and kind of our next step is working concurrently on some things to start to tackle some of the bigger problems. Luckily, there's been a lot of good research and work recently around quite a few of the different initiatives that we're looking at. But in terms of the baseline product, I think we figured it out for the most part. And yeah, so it's been pretty smooth so far.
Excellent. Okay, the next question was, has the choice of using Amazon Web Services, AWS, caused any issues within the community? Within the Wikimedia Foundation, I should say. Is there a goal to eventually self-host after the question of server load is better understood?
Cool. Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. We talk about that on the MediaWiki page too. My take on this is there's been a lot of really effective criticisms that I find to be a really good input to our process. So the main reason we chose Amazon was the main reason we chose external cloud was because we spun this up quick to try to figure out if this was a viable thing to do. And as we all know who work on bare metal, that quick and spinning up like actual servers is not something that is easy to do in like a small time frame. And so we kind of started this as like, all right, if we're going to do SLAs, we get to inherit a lot of downstream SLAs from this service, but we also get to build this pretty quickly, try stuff out, make mistakes, and it doesn't hurt that much. What we're launching is kind of a larger research, and especially as we have our product more in tune of
sorry, Brian, I should add that it doesn't hurt that much, both in multiple ways. It doesn't hurt the customer and therefore the end user, the reader of Wikipedia downline. It doesn't hurt our infrastructure internally in the Wikimedia Foundation. It doesn't hurt the staff internally in the Wikimedia Foundation, the site reliability engineering, who would then suddenly get given a whole new responsibility that they didn't sign up for. And it doesn't hurt the Wikimedia movement financially to make this heavy investment in infrastructure, where the payment for that and the setup and the installation would be effectively subsidizing the engineering requirements of the world's largest companies. By putting this over there, puts all the responsibility and the cost over there, which they can pay for themselves, rather than being subsidized by donor money subsidizing the existence of this project. Of course, the setup cost is internal, but that means also we get to design and control the rules of the game rather than outsourcing the rules of the game to the customer.
Yeah, and this is kind of one of the big things we're going to do throughout this over the next year. Is, you know, we're kind of in mode to get the product launched, to get something out that's effective, but also just have a real conversation around where this should live long term. I would say right now it's a pretty true conversation, just the needs and what we're available to do. And I plan to make that conversation relatively community minded, or like have the community's input in that too. So I've worked with Liam on that, but that rolls pretty well into the next question. Is our team hiring? Yes, we are. We're hiring a senior software engineer right now. That role will be pretty focused on kind of a DevOps and data background is what we're looking for. Kind of someone who has like a lot of experience with production systems. Doesn't necessarily have to be exactly similar to what we have built. However, like wiki experience would be great. So this is a really good audience to plug this into. But they will also be one of the leaders on that above question, is kind of trying to figure out the pros and cons of internal and external, and be one of the strategic minds in some of that work. So if interested, there we have a job. I'll post it in the chat as we wind down. And how important is the structured data within Wikipedia articles, like category tags and info boxes, to the big consumers? I would say the whole gambit. I mean, it's across reuser folks that reuse our content. That is, info boxes are definitely important. Categories are definitely important. Yeah, I guess that's like the quickest answer to that question. The longer answer is, you know, it kind of goes along the lines of who's had the time to put the most work into it. And it kind of goes, how much can you get out of info boxes if you haven't precisely like have an entire team working on that. So it's the whole gambit up and down of like, as we did a lot of this research, it was like, some people were like, that's inaccessible to me. And some people were like, we solved that problem. So it's kind of chewing off what we actually get into from there is actually one of the bigger meta conversations of this project. But I would say all of that is important.
I'll give you a follow-up question exactly on that. Where does Wikidata fit into this?
Where does Wikidata fit into this? I mean, Wikidata mapping over to info boxes versus Wikidata is a common conversation too, and I don't think that's new to anybody. But in general, like Wikidata is a highly used. It's in essence a reuser set. Like the point is not to go read Wikidata, it's to have a structured content store. And so, yes, that is something we're still figuring out, the extent of Wikidata, but some of the stuff we've talked about in general has been around, you know, a much more consumable ontology or schema. Some of that work has been pretty direct requests, I think, across the board. So, but folks, yeah.
Sorry, Ryan, go on.
No, you go on. I don't have much more.
Okay, so you mentioned cleaning up the data stream. Is it a different type of data, or is it a sanitized stream, or the company's giving you tools? Sorry, or are the companies given tools to tweak what they see?
Yeah, it's that last part. It's all about tools. I mean, it's right now the feeds are such a raw stream. Like the first and most obvious thing is being able to just say, like, I don't want every talk page comment. That's not what I'm ingesting. I just want the actual article revisions. But in the end, as we like start to actually unpack some of this larger metadata, there's interest in like, well, how about give me updates on things that have less than 100 revisions in the last 2 hours or something like that to avoid hot topics. So there's a lot you can do with just like peeling out and giving tools to have different types of streams, but we're not actually doing much around, or we're not doing anything. I think like a big meta point here, and I hope this is articulated on our product, is we're not changing the data at all. Like the data is what the data is, or like the content is what the content is. And one of the beautiful things about this movement is there's so much available and open, and just kind of like changing that barrier of entry of like understanding what is available is what we're trying to provide in a lot of this. So
that's a really important point, Ryan, that we're not providing a clean feed of content in some way that is a magical solution to how do I find Wikipedia without vandalism, for example. Obviously, reducing the possibility of vandalism being re-ingested by others and then made visible downstream is something that everyone would like, both these customers and Wikimedians. But we're not somehow magically identifying vandalism. What we are hopefully be able to do is provide signals in the data that already exist that allow those organizations to better filter what they choose to show. The example Ryan gave is things that are not being edited right now are more stable and therefore more likely to have not got vandalism right on them. That would be one way of filtering it. But it's not different content just because you're paying for it. That's quite important. Anything we do develop is open source. I've linked there to the GitHub repo and obviously the Fabricator board and etc. And while it's being built independently, it's important that what we do build is available and potentially integratable into the other APIs or however that workflow works. So this is being built in isolation for the reasons we described before, but not in such a way that undermines the usefulness of the existing APIs. Brian has another question in the chat here. It sounds like anyone can use this. Will there be some free threshold limit? Is there a company size limit just in the ability to use the fire hose?
Yeah, we're still figuring this out. So I'm going to give you that answer, which isn't satisfying, but we're in the process of like trying to figure this out. I mean, we're actively working with the Wikimedia Cloud Services world to provide access to folks that have it there within that orbit. But the rest of that, I think this is going to like evolve over time. we're really trying to find that balance of providing this to the community and folks that can get use out of it that aren't commercial, while still having just managing things around costs and like where this should live in the larger API strategy. And so this is all in flight and will be like updated. You're reaching us at like the moment we go live or the moment we release this, we didn't have answers to every single question, which was intentional because I think we wanted to hear what people actually wanted before we tried to read everybody's mind. But we had answers to some questions, but I think that's one of them that will come in the coming months.
This is a kind of Goldilocks moment, we hope, between having enough answers to have an informed conversation and not having everything locked down to the point that it's just discussion by press release. This is that intermediate moment where the community gets to see what the direction of travel is, which in both technical, ideological, financial directions. The eventual business model for the very large organizations is bespoke for their specific needs, and then the business relationship will be with that, to do with things like the SLAs and the customer support. Once it's possible to then also, once that's stabilized, then we'll also be able to talk with smaller organizations, probably who don't necessarily need those things, or a much less stringent version of those things, which will therefore be much more financially attainable for organizations. So at the very high end, it might be bespoke, but in the small and medium enterprise, or even large small tech company, which is still large relative to the rest of the world, it might be more of a menu approach where you say, I want it for 3 years and I don't need customer support, that kind of thing. We're at time, or slightly before. If there's any more questions, now is your chance. Otherwise, I will hand back to Brian, and thank you to the whole EMWCon team for inviting us. And I hope to see people who are in the audience today in our office hours, which happen every month, or around on our talk pages, etc. We are, as mentioned, going to be hiring for various technical roles over the next, well, hopefully for a long time, but coming soon. And those positions will be advertised on the Wikimedia Foundation board. All employees of this project are Wikimedia Foundation employees. The LLC, as mentioned before, is for legal and technical purposes. It's not like it behaves independently and operates independently. It's part of the Wikimedia Foundation for all purposes.
Yeah, and thanks everyone. And thank you, Brian, for inviting us. This was fun.
Yeah,
and good questions.
Thank you, Liam and Ryan, and Lane for joining earlier as well. This seems like a great pathway to allow the Wikimedia Foundation to be more financially secure. So we wish you the best of luck, as long as that luck doesn't push you over the 30% imposed limit. Yeah, good stuff. Thank you. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye, guys. So we're on break now for about 35 minutes. We'll be starting back up with a panel discussion at 11:30 a.m. Eastern, 3:30 p.m. UTC. So hold on and be back then. Thanks. Okay, welcome back, everyone. The next up is a panel discussion moderated by Richard Heigl on MediaWiki consulting. So I'll let Richard in, and I'll let him introduce the panelists.
So, hello, I hope you can hear me now.
Yep,
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Yes, everybody drops in. And just when you arrive, the sun is also shining. And it doesn't look very nice, but I think it's okay so far. Yes. Okay, welcome to this panel. I'm Richard. I'm some sort of a host, a moderator, so I promise not to talk too much. And yeah, about MediaWiki consulting. With me are 4 people. So Lex Sulzer would not join us because he suggested that he has an important point to discuss, which he would like to present in a lunchtime talk. No, not lunchtime talk. Sorry, in a lightning talk after this panel. So, but at least we have 4 people here, and yeah. So we just will start with that. Before there is somebody missing. We have Art here. We have Alexander. Hi, Alexander. Ike is there, and I miss Sharon.
Yeah, Jeroen is, I think, jumping on right now.
It's okay. Okay, as far as he is not with us, I just say a few words maybe for introduction, because if we talk about consulting or IT consulting, it's worth to think twice what that really is, because it means so much. And what everybody does, if you don't know the answer, you go to Google and you find answers like an IT consultancy, it's a company who supports companies with the introduction for further development of IT systems. They help to achieve business objectives and so on. If you look further, then you see, okay, it's more about independent consultants, mostly self-employed, but also smaller companies, medium-sized companies. And in the preparation for this talk, for this panel, I was wondering what is going on at the moment, because if you talk about consultants, it's mostly focused on the beginning of a project. It's more if you introduce wikis and you help to set up the things. And I think that is also a focus in all the discussions we've seen in the last days, but also in the last years here. And I wonder if this is still the market, or is the market moving to more in a direction of asking for permanent services, for maintenance, for, also, of course, still programming, but hosting and so on. And for find out what is going on, I have here with me Jeroen de Douw, Alexander Gessin, Ike Hecht, and Abstract von Schindel. And maybe just introduce yourself a bit and maybe say a few words about you briefly before we go deeper in that field. We should start let's start with Jeroen in alphabetical lists of the last names.
Yeah, so hello everyone. Is the sound working?
Yes, works fine.
All right, excellent. So I'm Jeroen. I'm a long-time MediaWiki developer, also done a lot of semantic MediaWiki and Wikibase. And I am currently director of Professional Wiki and the Wikibase consultancy.
Perfect. Thank you, Jeroen. Okay, Alexander is with us. Hi, Alexander.
Hey, yeah, I'm Alexander, managing director and partner at Gesin IT. We are doing MediaWiki business since 10 years now, since 2011. And we started with a strong focus on semantic MediaWiki and focusing on business solutions based on that platform. And we started 10 years ago with quality management systems. And in the meanwhile, there's a large set of applications we provide to our customers. And yeah, that's basically it.
Thank you. Hey, hi, Ike. How are you doing?
Doing good, thank you. So I'm Ike Hecht. I've been doing MediaWiki consulting since about 2007, various forms. I'm currently the CTO at WikiWorks and also the CTO at WikiTech.
So you're not only an expert in one company, but in several companies. So we have expected very good expertise in this.
In fairness, they're very similar.
Yeah, sounds great. Okay, and of course, some have already seen you in your talk a few years ago.
I'm Abstract van Schijndel. I founded Wikibase Solutions in 2012 before there was any Wikibase extension, so it's a bit confusing. But and before that, I had a career at Capgemini. So I started in the wiki world with a lot of experience in developing software, and now Wikibase Solutions is a company with about 16, 17 people, and not all of them, lots of them part-time. So I think we have 12 FTE, and we are having a lot of fun.
Perfect. So if I see you and me here in this room, then I would say there are about 50 years of experiences with MediaWiki consulting. So maybe everything is already said, but maybe not. So what would you say are in the last year or the coming years, the biggest challenges? What are the opportunities for consultants around of MediaWiki today? So, Art, for instance, I think you have had some.
Yeah,
in this.
Right. Yeah, we when I started, I did I only had one focus, and that was don't do things that don't have anything to do with knowledge management, because I wanted to be in the primary processes of businesses. So I did about everything, and I'm very glad that right now we are having the focus. So you might even call it a strategy on this content services platform initiative. So we are having a clear point on the horizon that we are. So that for us, that's a change, and I think we are, and that might also be a change. So it's a bit exciting to different markets and to go into the wide world, so to speak.
Yeah, that's actually a huge vision, isn't it? Because it's a content service provisioning system doesn't sound to be a very small thing, but maybe a big.
I think it's a very small vision, but it might have a big impact.
Yeah.
So I'm looking. So when I just said it to Rob, who was leaving. I said I don't think it's going to take ages before we can have some let's say some CSP product, And then I wouldn't be afraid to go to companies like in the Netherlands to Philips or ASML or Van der Lande. So we have of course, here in the Netherlands also very interesting companies. And I would feel confident to knock on their doors and say, well, it's really, you don't know it yet, but it's really a very bad idea not to talk with us. So it's not such a big vision, but it can have a big impact.
Yeah.
So it sounds like.
Yeah.
I just wanted to add to what I was saying, that basically I'm seeing a difference in people who came to us years ago and people who come to us now, where people before were looking for a wiki. And now I'm seeing much more of people looking to replace specific tools. For example, I think there's two reasons for it. You know, one of them is, for example, what happened with Confluence. And I think we all have to thank Alo Velt for the new script that will migrate from Confluence to MediaWiki that hopefully we can all take advantage of and move people away from it. But Confluence discontinuing their on-server software. So I think that's one reason people are moving toward MediaWiki for tools. And the other is that I think there's much more awareness of the advantages of open source. And I think another is people are getting tired of using tools. There's so many tools out there. I know somebody's trying to run a company myself. There's so much out there. It's just like keeping track of so many tools. And MediaWiki, if you're going to have one tool that can do everything, so then MediaWiki is probably the best one because it's so customizable and so flexible. So I'm seeing an uptick in people looking for something like Ad is mentioning, you know, where it's specifically for content services, or they want to replace Confluence, or even they want to replace Jira. That's, you know, a trend that I'm seeing. People are coming to us because they want MediaWiki instead of something else, not just a wiki.
But Ike, what you're saying is very important, of course, because you're saying people want open source, they want to replace all, and then perhaps MediaWiki is the best option. So let it sink in what that means. So
Yep.
yeah, so there's that's what we are doing every day. Just try to understand what that means and what to do next to go down that road.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think there's maybe one thing to add. If we are talking really about enterprise business, the difference here is that enterprises, they want to have subscriptions, they want to have service contracts, so that's important to them, to have someone to call if something's not working as expected. And that's what Atlassian provided with Confluence for years. That was their selling proposition. And MediaWiki itself, well, it's open source, it's established, it's the software behind Wikimedia. So everyone knows, okay, that's a stable code base. There are a lot of single-person consultants there, but if you're an enterprise like SAP or other big companies, you need to have someone here that guarantees you that a thing is working as expected. So you have to provide the service level agreements there. You have to provide offerings. You have to provide solutions to typical questions. This can start from hosting stuff over authentication and all these questions. And it's difficult because it's, well, if you take a look at the MediaWiki stack, well, you have MediaWiki core, but you have a number of extensions. And if you look at the enterprise market for enterprise offerings for semantic or for MediaWiki, you have a common set of extensions that are usually shipped around MediaWiki that are essential for doing business. And some of these extensions are maintained by a single person. So if this single person is not maintaining it anymore, and you are not able to manage this code base, then of course you cannot guarantee your own customers a certain service level agreement. So providing a stable enterprise offering always requires also some skills in developing the software, being able to understand what's going on in the code base, not only in MediaWiki, but also in the extensions. And that's maybe also something that's changed over the last years, that it's also important to more contribute back to these open source pieces, also to the single person extensions that are essential to provide help with testing and stuff, to make these stable and really enterprise ready. And I think that that's important. Otherwise, well, if it's some kind of a random experience that you pick some extensions on specific commits that works, but it will fall apart, like what we've seen with GraphWiz now dropping off with 135. If those kind of things fall apart, then of course this is difficult for enterprise users. I think that's really a core difference compared also to Atlassian offerings.
I would say that is an important thing, because providing that maintenance and development is a crucial point. And I would say the people are looking for that in every country today. And I still wonder why we don't have more agencies providing that system services, but it's really complicated, so that some of course say, okay, we start with a hosting service, like if you look at your own professional wiki, is I think ahead in this direction, offering and others, of course, offering hosting services, because you get some standards there, and then it's you don't have to support I don't know, several releases of the software and several editions. Jeroen, do you think we have what would you say are the challenges today, or what are your experiences in the last 1 or 2 years?
Well, on the current topic, my experiences are mainly from the perspective of somebody that's maintaining several of these extensions as an open source contributor. And there I can say that support from companies like the ones that we are all running now is definitely welcome. If no support is coming, then it's nice that you get a bunch of work done for free by the open source community, but that only goes so far.
Yeah, that's true. So we have made some experiences with that subscription contract. So I would love to share this with everybody who wants to hear this, or you just can read it. It's a way how you can provide such services. And but what I would say is, looking in the last year, is that the last year was really crazy because of all this Corona thing. Because what I have experienced is that the projects are postponed, and you have a lot of, you're very busy, you're talking with many people, but they still wait until, I don't know for what, it's not really clear. And on the other hand, you have this Atlassian opportunity that Atlassian does not offer the server a license anymore, which means that there are some there is more there are more contacts in, I think, but people are still waiting. Also, I think I have the impression we wait for something at the moment. I don't know how you feel, or I feel that the market is growing or is somehow changing, but I cannot really put the finger in it and say that is really going on. It's unclear. Maybe somebody of you has another impression, or already some experiences what the market is doing at the moment.
I would say that over the last couple of years, I'm seeing customers who want more professionalism Whereas before, MediaWiki could be viewed more of like kind of a hobby thing that, even a company might install, but still is something that's not really a professional tool. Whereas now they're looking for professional support. People by nature are not going to be proactive. They're not going to think about what's going to happen with the next upgrade. Is somebody maintaining all of our extensions and things like that? But they're still coming to us and saying, we want a professional team. We want someone who's going to maintain, what we have. So they understand that it's a necessity. And right now, what we're trying to help solve the extension maintenance issue by including not only updates in our support agreements, but even updates to major MediaWiki versions, and including that all of your extensions that you have right now, we're guaranteeing you that either we'll maintain them or we'll make sure someone else is maintaining them. But that way, there's professional support, not just to answer your questions, but forever and ever, your wiki is not going to go out of date.
Yeah.
Ike, is that also because what Jeroen said? I thought Jeroen, you were saying that there is not enough support. Perhaps you were talking about semantic MediaWiki. There's not enough support to keep that in shape. So and there is so semantic MediaWiki, of course, might be a good example. It's obviously that it's very widely used, and it must be kept. It must be maintained in order to keep it in shape. But do you feel that there's not enough support for that? And should that be part? And Ike, you are saying that you guarantee quality not only of your own extensions but also of other extensions. So how do you do that? So that might be, and I might even. And when I come to think of it, we really like to contribute. We are working on some very interesting extensions, but perhaps we also, and you guys are always free to tell us that. Perhaps we must also be more active in helping to maintain and keeping up to date other extensions, such as semantic MediaWiki. And I think we don't do that. I think I'm the only one who made a concrete contribution once to semantic MediaWiki a long time ago. But I don't think we have. I don't think we do that.
Yeah, I would say we're certainly open. If there are particular extensions that need help, definitely reach out and we'll see what we can do. What we guarantee to our customers specifically is if nobody's, maintaining an extension, we monitor, and if there are lots of bug fixes that are outstanding and nobody's taking care of them or nobody's reviewing them, we'll do that. So we're not necessarily looking to improve extensions that are being maintained by someone already, but maybe they need help, although we're open to that. More we're looking at extensions that have completely lost support, and now when our customers are going to upgrade, it's just not going to work at all. So we'll take ownership of those extensions and start maintaining them.
Yeah, and it's really a lot of work. I mean, a few months ago we started contributing more also to the semantic MediaWiki ecosystem, and we focused, for example, on the continuous integration stuff and try to get SMW and related extensions working. With focus on the Travis continuous integration stuff and so on. This is already a lot of work, and to get into this, it takes some time. Sometimes it's, if it's one of these not so big extensions, small extensions maintained by a single person, sometimes it's a little bit tricky because probably there is no testing at all, which is the worst case, because then it's really a random thing if MediaWiki updates, and of course MediaWiki is a moving target. They change the interfaces, and so things might fall apart. You might receive deprecation warnings. You can ignore them for a while, but once a time, then things really break. And you need to take care of this. And the continuous integration is just a piece to at least get an indicator where you are at the moment. And monitoring this already is a huge of work. And we are not talking about extending, creating new features and stuff, just to make sure the things are working as they expect it to be. And I think this is crucial for all the extensions that are usually used in the enterprise ecosystem. So people and other companies are definitely invited to join forces here, to take a closer look at what's going on the quality level of these extensions, try to contribute there, try to understand the code if there is no testing at all, try to get in touch with the maintainer, maybe sponsoring adding tests, because it depends on your philosophy, but some people really start first writing tests and then write the code, which would be ideal, but often it's the other way around. It's writing code and having no tests at all, which of course is for an enterprise use case catastrophe, because you never know what you get. And that's important to have a code coverage, to see where we are, have a stable code base, and improve quality. That's, for my opinion, essential. And that's why we said, okay, we try to contribute not only to new features and stuff, which we did in for result formats and so on, but more focusing on contributing also for the testing, which is really under the hood. I mean, you don't get a big hooray because you say, okay, we maintain several hours of tests. You get a big hooray if you promote a new feature, then everyone is, hey, that's cool and stuff. If you say, okay, we made sure it's working, still working, is okay, thanks. So, but this is work that needs to be done. And honestly, my hope is that more companies join forces there, make sure that the test stuff is working.
No, testing is quite important. And I completely agree. For me, is one of the big benefits or the big achievements of the last, let's say, one and a half year, maybe 2 years, is exactly that. At least people are discussing that together. So if I would, maybe that is a wrong impression, but I would say there has something changed, that the different service providers, programmers, freelancers, companies, whoever, are now start working together, think how that could work out, and figure out what can be done. And I think that's a huge step in the right direction. The join forces is, of course, always sounds good, but in my daily work, I would say everybody is working on its own extensions or on his or her own tests. It's so busy already that it's really hard to contribute to others' extensions. It's not about I don't like to do that, but I have to take time for that. And sometimes I have to go really deep to understand what this extension is really doing. Semantic is a very good example for that. And that you have really, semantic is not an easy extension. If you want to change something there, it's really hard to understand, as far as I know. And I think that is a problem at the moment, but it's solvable. You can find solutions if you, for instance, get a bit better documentations, or maybe some better introductions, or introduce each other into the background of extensions, and that would help a lot to get contributors, I think. But maybe I'm completely wrong, because I'm not really the technician, but I see that this is an obstacle at the moment, that the people want to contribute, but it's just the time and the resources that are missing.
But that's not an excuse.
No, it's not.
Well, it's part, folks. I mean, we are talking about consulting in MediaWiki ecospace, and part of our business models should be some kind of feedback, monetary or programmatically feedback to the sources we are using.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like if you're digging for some rare resources in the world, and you expect everything is for free, then this will not work. And I'm really happy that I think, Jeroen, that was also an initiative by you and Karsten to initiate the sponsors thing on GitHub, which of course probably is not a big money stream, but probably this is a model for the future.
We're probably getting like €2 a month or something like that.
Yeah, so at the moment, wait a minute. No, but honestly, I mean, that's what I see in the last few years, that the mindset also in the economy changed a little bit. That, for example, the value of open source is more recognized. Even with the sponsors model of GitHub, it's a little bit tricky for enterprises to establish a cash stream based on this. This has some administrative issues, but the idea behind it is the right way. Because, I mean, we are really snacking. I mean, MediaWiki itself has a different business model. It's, as a side effect, it can be used for enterprises. There are groups like the EMW Stake and so on fostering this, but Semantic MediaWiki and so on, a lot of, besides research, have a lot of users in the enterprise ecosystem. And if you expect to have this for free, of course, you need to give it a price tag. What value does this tool have for me and my enterprise use cases? And then try to give something back, either by contributing to the sources or by sponsoring.
Yeah.
Otherwise, these projects will not survive. It's a matter of time until.
Yeah.
I mean, you can do this as a hobby and build an extension, but if something changes in your life situation, then probably you don't have the time and energy to continue working on this. And if you rely on an enterprise or a meta enterprise, let's say you buy something from Hello World, and this includes an extension that is maintained by a single person. The Hello World customers, of course, expect that these extensions working. So you need to take some responsibility in the sense of the software you're providing and the cores that are used there. Same for all of us. I mean, we are all building solutions based on open pieces of software.
Yes, you're right. I just can say that if you have a collection of extensions in our distribution, as you have as well, and so the first step, of course, is that you get on a regular basis, you get some tests and you see if there is a new release, a new LTS release, and you see if an extension is breaking or a functionality is broken. But that means you need a lot of tests, and you need, and sometimes you don't. You just find it after you have released it. So that is the first step. But the next should be, of course, that we can fix things, and or sometimes you just have to take over the maintenance of extensions. So for me, it's crucial that there are companies who are exactly doing that, is providing maintenance and services and SLAs to customers, and so that is a good basis for some sort of a quality assurance. And but I'm still wondering, because I see there is a huge demand for MediaWiki agencies, in my opinion, but we have just a few of them. So I think nearly everybody is here in the room. A few more we have, data specs and so on. Okay, and but why is it? And especially there was one question: why are there only a few in the United States and much more in Europe? And maybe I can say something about that, because you're the CTO of two companies at the moment. And I think there is a reason.
Yeah, if only one was in Europe and one in the United States, I could compare the two experiences. I don't know that much about European consulting. I thought a long time about this question. And I kept on researching, what is the European culture like, and the corporate culture. And I kept on having ideas and researching it. I thought, well, maybe, Europeans are more willing to experiment with a tool like MediaWiki. Maybe they're more open to experimentation than American companies. And then I researched it and found that it wasn't the case. Every hypothesis I had, I kept on, doing research and finding that it wasn't true. I basically came to the conclusion that the reason there aren't more MediaWiki companies in the United States is really because there aren't any more companies. In other words, I think the fact that the European companies exist brings more customers in. You're marketing certain products, you're marketing your services, and that makes it more appealing to the European market. And I think that the US companies have a lot more work to do to bring in more customers, because other than that, I can't think of a reason why it should be different between Europe and the US. Maybe someone else has an idea.
I guess your implicit statement was that European companies have European customers and US companies have US customers. But that's not the case in our. I think for us it's about 50-50. 50% of our customers is we have a very 50-50. I don't know, but we have a lot of US customers. And
the answer is that the European companies are not only doing a better job marketing in Europe, but also bringing in US customers. Because I can say that, we have customers all over the world, but very, very few in Europe. So that would be my answer. I can't, because, right, what you're saying, why are US companies going to European companies instead of US companies? I can't think of any other reason.
Yeah. So I don't have a clue about this as well. Maybe others have. I also thought about this cultural thing, or maybe that there are different corporate cultures, like the Germans are more oriented on processes and documentation stuff, where you can use MediaWiki as well for that use cases. But I'm not sure. I'm not really sure. It's because if you come to France, for instance, there is we have also some companies there, but there are countries where you find nobody. I don't know if in really in the Czech Republic, for instance, I think there is nobody, and so it's really interesting. And maybe some say the whole question is wrong. They say don't talk too much about MediaWiki. It's about use cases. Give the people a vision how they can use this and how they can use MediaWiki for make it the wiki way. Bring new use cases. Bring new ideas to the companies, and don't focus on being a MediaWiki service provider. And how do you think about that? Is that a direction? Is that something which you're thinking of if you try to reach out for potential customers or organizations?
I told you, you guys, that I started with not knowledge management systems. So we do weird things with MediaWiki. We do things that I'm sure that nobody else does that. We have roof people who are for roof companies, so flat roofs, and we have an inspection wiki that people use on the roof with their iPad or their smartphone to inspect the roof and to register failures and take pictures, and then in the back office they can create a report. They don't have to do anything. They just hit the button, and they really like it. And then it's very. I totally understand when people say, "Well, why the hell would you do that with MediaWiki?" But we did, and our customers are very happy with it, and we very much appreciate the flexibility. And we still go on with that because of the experience. So we do a lot of weird things, but you do definitely learn from that. But they don't care if it's MediaWiki or whatever. So it's only the use case that they are.
But is this different in Europe and US? That was what was Richard's question. Do you think this is different?
Well, I thought also his question was, well, shouldn't you use on use cases instead of supporting MediaWiki? I don't know if that's a difference in US or Europe. I don't think so. This Cessna use case that Robus demonstrated with the search, that's an American customer.
I mean, maybe my 5 cents on that. We've been working for some years for a large US customer. What I learned from that project was maybe that's some difference. One thing is really the US guys, or let's say the outer European guys, usually more thinking in solutions. That's what Richard supposed that this could be a reason. And if you have a wiki, it's a white piece of paper. It's a project. Everyone is scared about a white paper. It's empty. You have to write something down. There's no structure, and it's clean and empty. So if you come with something like, oh, let's start a wiki. Well, okay, what's a wiki? It's like Wikipedia. Okay, how do we start? Well, you need to enter something. Yeah, but what shall we enter there? Yeah, everything you know. Okay. Is there a certain? No, you just start. Do it the wiki way. Okay, I'm scared. I don't start this. So that's one thing that scares people. But that's also here in Europe. The other thing is, I don't know if this is true. It's just my opinion. In the US, you have more these hire and fire mentality. So you're in a job, and within a few days or weeks, you're off the job. You're jumping. So your personal value is your personal knowledge. No one wants to share this. It's your personal asset. It's different in Europe. In Europe, you're usually more bound and working for a company more years, so you're more willing to contribute something to the ecosystem of an organization. It's not so person focused, it's more like a team and organization focused. In the US, if you, let's say, give away your personal knowledge, your personal assets for free in a wiki, well, you make yourself obsolete. And that might be a reason. I don't know if this is true. That's just, maybe some socialists can find out more on this, and there are some studies on this. It's just something I discovered in the projects we were doing with the US guys. Most people are like, oh no, I don't want to share this. Of course, no one is saying this, but under the hood, everyone tries to keep his personal knowledge in his brain. Ike, what's your opinion on that in the US market?
That sounds like a very good theory. It makes a lot of sense. You know, the American culture might be more focused on the individual than on the group. It makes a lot of sense. It'll answer why, I guess, US companies are less focused on MediaWiki, although it won't answer Odd's point about US companies who go to Europe instead of to the US consultants.
So Yeah, maybe we won't find a clear explanation for that, but so if I rush through the discussion here in the chat, so I would say also the audience is not really it's for one part of them are more on focusing on reliability and features, and that is important. So, for instance, there is somebody saying the reliability of MediaWiki and extensions is a point of concern to me as well. Also, when developers go a certain direction, breaking functionality or even simple things like no backwards compatibility to functions syntaxes. So it's important to have, on the one hand, something like continuity, technical skills, and resources. And then others say, okay, well, where was it? Sorry, I don't find it again, but it was to start discussing about use cases and start with use cases and find functionalities which is needed for that. So, also from my experience, this is exactly what happens. If you go in one direction and say, okay, we talk about technical solutions, then you're happy and you go out and say, oh, there we have technical solutions on one hand. And if you have done this, they say, no, we have to talk about use cases. And then we will talk use cases next half of a year. And then you come back to technical things. So I think it's also a problem with MediaWiki itself because it's opened so many opportunities. And there it was. Maybe we could collaborate a bit more on use cases. What features do we need and how can we implement them so that multiple consultants and clients can use it. So that's exactly, both sides of the discussion, what is needed or what there are demands for service providers. So somebody is saying that maybe we should join forces with the new MediaWiki LLC, where well-maintained extensions used by enterprises clients get trickle-down revenues. I'm not sure about that. I don't know what you think about that. If I had the impression that they move in a different direction, but maybe this is a good idea. What do you think about that?
That the Wikimedia LLC focus is on the Wikimedia Foundation itself, even though there is that enterprise word in there. It's Wikimedia enterprise use, but it's things that would benefit the Wikimedia Foundation in at least some sense. It's enterprise users paying the Wikimedia Foundation for content from Wikipedia and other sources. I don't see that it's so aligned with the Wikimedia Foundation's mission to be supporting enterprise users in the abstract, just because a certain extension is used in the enterprise world, but it's not used by them in the Wikimedia Foundation's wikis. It's not so aligned. It partially is because it brings more users to MediaWiki, which indirectly will always, benefit the foundation. If they're open to it, I'm definitely open to it. If they'd like to fund extension maintenance, definitely. I don't see that as so realistic, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, so you're saying it's definitely out of scope of the Wikimedia LLC.
Yeah, I would say. Yeah, but it's an interesting new player, and so the ecosystem, I think, will benefit from every new player in the field. And another one has an idea that's focusing or addressing the problem that everybody is reinventing the wheel. So he said, what she said, I don't know. My idea is mostly that you as consultants and our clients come up with unique solutions and new extensions that we sometimes not share. While we could collaborate more on existing extensions so it's easier to maintain and we can build a roadmap together. Yeah, that's interesting because what is the problem that we don't work on existing extensions. Sometimes it's people are working on existing extensions, but sometimes you see that every consultant or developer are inventing something new. But I think there is always a reason. Sometimes there is no good reason. Sometimes a good reason. But can we collaborate more on existing extensions, and which one could that be, for instance?
But I disagree a little bit. I don't think there is so much reinventing the wheel. What I see is there's a lot of talking about we need to have a new organization or a group managing things and so on. So 90% talking and only 10% coding and contributing. So the opposite would be great if we could come to 90% coding and contributing and just 10% talking. I personally, I'm also not involved in EMW stake in any of these organizations because there is a platform. I mean, if you have something like GitHub, it's of course it's a commercial platform in the meanwhile, but it's well working. A lot of developers, or almost all developers, know how to work with these, and it's usually easy to contribute something. You have senior developers being able to easily review things in a pull request, giving comments. You have issue tracking and all these kind of things. You don't need to have something like, well, organization talking about a roadmap. I mean, you can make a proposal, open an issue. You have milestones. Someone with a senior level can put this in the milestones, taking care that nothing is breaking. You have versioning and release management. So this is helpful. So what I see as an improvement, instead of creating a new platform to talk about something, what would be really helpful is for, let's say, my consultancy experience is, I don't like the Garrett workflow of Wikimedia. That's we are driven by GitHub. I know there is some initiatives to change this, but to me it's every time like, oh no, this is an extension on the Garrett workflow. It's so up and down, and it takes hours compared. And if you have a new hire who never worked with these workflows, it takes you 2 days to ramp these people on to get everything up and running with Garrett. So these are barriers, and I don't know. Marcus is writing in the post. It doesn't take that much time. I know, of course, people are used to Garrett workflows. It could work, but if you never worked with this, GitHub, everyone knows GitHub, so it's really simple to contribute. And I don't know if we need organizations to talk about what's important and what things we need to do. Just get started on the GitHub repos, open issues, try to learn and read, see what others are doing, and yeah, go ahead. Just my 5 cents.
Yeah.
Maybe Aaron, I mean, it's you are more in the code base than I am, but
Alexander,
what's your opinion on this?
So we are doing some weird things over here. I think we had a discussion at Wikibase a few months ago, I think, that we were saying that within our company we were too much reinventing the wheel. So we have a list now of extensions that we have, because of course we want to have some extensions or most extensions are to us come from the outside, our public extensions, we use them. And we nowadays create our own extensions. And the better you get at creating extensions, the more extensions you get. I think that's some automatic mechanism. But so we have our list, and we are focusing on understanding what extensions do and how to use them in what circumstances, because we want to reduce within our company the reinventing the whel situation. So I totally understand what Richard was saying, because if that's an issue for us in our company, well, it's very likely to be an issue in the community. So I understand what you mean, but I'm not sure if the technology is, let's say, the Git or the Gerrit is the issue.
Yeah, I also don't know if the versioning system is the issue. It is an issue, maybe, but if we talk about sustainability and about continuity, it is hard to maintain 3,000 extensions. And so what I would say, if we have different service providers who have a set of extensions that they have a focus on, and we talk about that, then you get a minimum of set of extensions which are very popular or very often needed. And this is what we can, where I would say that we can cooperate, so that we know where should we cooperate and on what features should we cooperate. I think that is an important step in the next direction. And so while we are talking here, the audience has already some great solutions for us, because regarding Alexander's idea to spend more time in testing. So Cindy says, okay, this could be a scope of MW stake, and Markus Glaser agrees that that could be so working on testing is something that we can work on together, and that would help us already a lot. And I think that is something where we can maybe agree on, and it's manageable within a certain time. But for a good testing, I have learned you have to know what are the functionalities and what are expected use cases, or how do you what can you do with an extension. So I come back to the documentation issue. It's much easier to write a text for a well-documented extension and saying that, so, okay, we have also to become better in documentation of extensions. But that is, in my opinion, needed for writing good tests, I think. And yeah,
Richie, that's partly true. I mean, if you have code coverage, of course, code coverage is only one piece. You're right that the requirements and the integration stuff is important. But if you take a look at the code base, and you have code pieces there which do not have code coverage at all, which means there is no test run at all coming to that specific piece of code. This is definitely the worst case. So improving the code coverage would be a good starting point. Of course, it's not the solution to all issues, and you can write bad code coverage test cases as well. But at least we should get to a high coverage rate to all the extensions that are important.
Yeah.
I want to jump in there and caution against writing a lot of tests. You can detract from the value of a project by writing tests that are very inflexible and that bind the code to the form it is at the moment. So you can make it more difficult to change. That's one thing to watch out for. And this reminds me, earlier in the discussion, new extensions have been mentioned a number of times. And from the sustainability point of view, I think it also pays dividends to not just always jump to adding new features. I think that's very tempting for all of us if a customer comes in saying, I want this new thing, and we all keep adding extra stuff all the time. But as we all know, MediaWiki, together with Semantic MediaWiki, it's already a very powerful platform. I think by and large, it doesn't need more features. It needs more refinement.
I think this is an interesting remark, Jeroen. I tend to, and that's something that I think about a lot, to be honest, because on the one hand, I agree that you can do a lot with. In my first years, I didn't know anything about PHP, and so we did everything with existing, with a very limited set of extensions, and we got very well and very, let's say, resourceful at using extensions, and we did great things. But I'm very glad that we are also innovating and improving lots of things. So I find this really a very important and quite difficult subject. You want to stabilize, improve quality, use, not reinvent the wheel, but you also want to change, like you say, so be able to change and to improve and also to innovate. So how do you keep the balance? That's for us, it's really a tough subject.
Yeah.
So that means for me, because I'm the CTO of Wiki-based solutions, so at the moment it's a tough subject for me.
Yeah. And maybe for me, I make the difference between, you have on the one hand, you have project customers with highly customized systems, which is a completely different business, if you like to say, put that in that way, than to have something like something like a product. And I think we are exactly in this situation that we all come, or that most of us have project customers which expect to get good services for key accounts and people and stuff and discussions and customizing everything so that it fits into their environment and to their use cases. And on the other hand, the market is moving towards get a reliable, some sort of a product. And we see this in different discussions. We see this in this initiative of you with the content service provisioner. It's about Ike and Indiaron talking about a canister product. We have it already with the distribution of Alexander, for instance, or with the offerings, hosting offerings and the distribution offerings by professional wikis and others. So I think that is the situation. And so it's clear that not everybody will agree on how other companies solve problems. But what I would say is that it would be very interesting, it could be very interesting to have the different perspectives based on use cases to those to MediaWiki or within the MediaWiki ecosystem. It's like I always say it's like Linux, and you get you have Red Hat and you have Ubuntu and you have Mint and you have different distributions, but they all are working together on a certain set of features and functionalities. And so it sounds like something that's not viable, that you can agree on a common ground and have different distributions and editions for the same thing. But I think that is the future. That is what we are maybe in the background are talking at the moment, and we're just discussing if we go first with use cases or if we go with functionalities. And where we struggle with is start with continuity, with maintenance, with testing, and find common standards for developers or even for the user interface, so that things fit together. That's my impression there. Maybe you agree or you completely disagree on this view.
I think what we're coming out with is that we need to be spending more time and effort on fewer extensions. And I think a distribution is a very good way for us to do that. Even if there are competing distributions, there are still common denominators, and there are still distributions. So we don't have to maintain 3,000 extensions. We may only have to maintain a couple of hundred, and that's definitely much easier. And I think it makes the customers also more confident, that things are actually going to keep working because this is part of a distribution of some sort. But I think, to throw it back, it's not only our job as consultants, but, the end users also, before you install an extension, if you want to be sure that your extension is going to be supported, make sure you're installing the right one. Make sure you need an extension in the first place. If you don't need an extension, you don't have to worry about anything. And, you can figure out a better solution that doesn't require an extension. If you do need an extension, find one that's either maintained by the Wikimedia Foundation, a part of an existing distribution, or, maintained by one of the MediaWiki companies. And you're much, much more likely to end up with a more stable product that won't break all of a sudden.
Okay. Oh, we are running out of time. We are just a bit over it. But Brian said that is okay. But anyway, maybe we should finish that panel. Maybe I would suggest just to maybe make a flashlight, looking back and maybe looking in the future. So what is to do in 2021 and 2022 in your opinion? What is the next big step for MediaWiki consultants?
What's the next thing for us to do?
Yeah. So what are you planning? What are your plans for this year, for next year?
Oh, okay. So I can tell you Wikitech's own plans. We're moving very heavily into Docker. Hopefully we're going to release that soon. We're working very hard on a very solid Docker image that's more enterprise focused, but it's mostly focused on our existing customers. So may not work for everybody, but definitely more of an enterprise focus than the standard Docker image. So we're moving very much into that, and we want to get more into hosting and more into support. So, even though we're still doing lots of development, but I think there's a lot more to be done in the area of, guaranteeing, existing and future customers that they're going to have a stable platform, a stable piece of software. And I think it'll be very good for marketing as well. The Project Canasta that you mentioned, trying to get a distribution that works for everyone, trying to create certain packages that will cater to specific use cases. All those things I think will bring people in. So we're going to be focused, I would say, on getting a distribution and also marketing, bringing people from outside the current MediaWiki world and getting them to start using MediaWiki.
Sounds great. Jeroen, what are your plans for the next year? Are there plans?
I agree with Ike that it's interesting to talk to people from outside of the MediaWiki world. Recurring team since, the first EMWCon I attended was in 2009, and ever since people have been saying it's such a powerful platform, can serve so many people, deliver so much value, they just don't know about it. So yeah, I think things can be done on the marketing side. I also think a lot of things can be done on the quality side. Yeah.
Okay. Alexander, what are your plans for 2022?
Yeah, well, we are in the middle of the major version change from 131 to 135. And if you take a look at the extensions, be it SMW or the result formats, you still see that there are coming in open issues with these platforms. So there's still some work to do, not only switching our internal factory that is creating our distributions and deployments to these major change, but also helping to fix open issues that may arise, because it's probably not only an issue for some specific users, it might also be an issue then for our use cases. So that's, of course, technically one of the focus points for this year. The major version change, I would say we are half done, but as I said, if you take a look at what's popping up in the extensions corner, you see that this is breaking with 135, this is breaking, And again, someone needs to do it, so we try to contribute here, also depending a little bit on when we can start here. And yeah, continuing working on our business cases. We recently had one customer getting his information security management system audited and certified based on our solution. That's a major success. So this, of course, will be some story for probably the summer, but you will hear from that later. Maybe in EMWCon, that's an announcement.
Great! Can't wait to hear your experiences with that. So that's an important topic in information security. Yeah. So there's also the question for you.
Yeah,
2022. What will come?
As well, of course, that's a long way. Well, I think we are going to. I think we are also heading for a distribution that would be our first distribution, but we really have to and less extensions. I was at the same time looking at some wikis of big customers of ours and to have a look how well we are doing in terms of let's say how many own extensions we have, and do we have that under control, and is it specific for so I think that all that is our focus. Our focus is the CSP and the quality and the things that we discussed right now, including making quality more sustainable, so that indeed the extensions that we think are important and that we use are going to be there in the next years, and we are a bit of, we've heard already about future developments and about the parser, how the parser is going to be changed and what the impact is going to be. We have had some information about the impact, and it's a very interesting development, but the impact is going to be very big. So I think next major, let's say next long-term support releases of MediaWiki are going to have even more impact than this 135, I think.
Yeah, could be, yeah.
So how are we going to prepare for that?
That is a good question for another panel.
Richard, what's the roadmap for BlueSpice?
What is the roadmap? We are, I think we have 3 topics. One is improving the usability and the user interface design. Because so we get the feedback that, or we see that becomes more and more important. Another thing will be, but I think next year is working on our cloud and our hosting system that has exactly the same thing like working on Docker, because you focus on some sort of a product, on a certain set of extensions, and you write tests for that. And this is exactly maybe the third thing at the moment is that we improve testing at our site and work on test infrastructures. So I would expect the benefit is that we also, the extensions we use, even third-party extensions, are better tested than before, and also the extensions we are publishing are better tested than before. But this is a huge effort, and yeah, that's, I think, and working on review. Yeah, that's it. So the review functionality is the oldest code we have in our extension, and so we want to refactor that and make that more flexible in the future. So and that is enough enough to do. So but yeah, let's do something together. In making tests as far as needed, as Jeroen said. Don't make things too complicated. And yeah, let's go on with that discussion. Thank you for joining that panel. And yeah, I will hand over to the next session. And for that, I have to leave that one. Okay, see you. Thank you very much for your contributions, and see you soon.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for moderating that, Richard, and thanks for the panelists, Alexander, Ike, and Jeroen for your participation. That was pretty interesting. We're going to be moving over to the lightning talk section. There's still room for maybe one more lightning talk if you're interested. Go ahead and sign up or leave me a message in the stage or event chat here, and we'll get you in. But first up on the lightning talks is Jeroen talking about naming your extensions. Jeroen.
Hello. Oh wait, I gotta mute something, I think. Or this is fine. No, okay. Yeah. Hi everyone. Thanks to the consulting people for taking more time. What they said was quite a bit more interesting and useful than what I'm going to talk about, but that's all right. Here we go. I'm sharing the screen. Is this working? Brian, can you see this?
Yeah. Sorry, I had to jump in.
Yeah, well, speaking of creating extensions, which as the people in the previous panel noted is not always a good thing to do anyway, but if you are going to create an extension, I think naming is very important, actually. So yeah, I shouldn't say that this is not useful, because it is actually quite useful, and people can dismiss it as what's the term, bike shedding, but it's something superficial. But actually, a name is something an extension has to live with for a long time afterwards. So yeah, I mean, naming MediaWiki extensions specifically is tricky. With standalone software, you can pretty much just call it whatever you want, and that'll be fine. With MediaWiki extension names, there's certain rules that people follow. You can't just give it some, you can't just call your extension Fred or something. It should in some way describe what the extension does, but it shouldn't be too. I don't know if everyone is familiar with the concept of being too on the nose, too unimaginative, because then it can get confusing to talk about it. So yeah, I just randomly thought of good MediaWiki extension names, which I think fit this criteria of being imaginative but not overly so. Cite, echo, confirm, edit. I really like Parsoid. It's not really an extension, but I wanted to mention it. Extension names that I think are too literal and that should have been redone. Maybe it's not too late. Even for parser functions, which has obviously been around for a very long time. Parser functions, variables, which is actually going away, but not because of the name. Visual editor, widgets, maps, external data. They all you can basically say function X provides that same thing, X. And yes, I am actually directly or indirectly responsible for some of these, so I share some of the blame. Visual editor is interesting. There are actually two different extensions that have been called visual editor, and both I think should have had some other name. There's other extension names that are certainly imaginative, but I would just say are too long. Cognitive process designer, user page edit protection, and I apologize to anyone who's involved with any of these extensions, and as I've noted, I've made bad naming decisions as well. These aren't as bad, I would say, especially because you can turn them into an acronym. So that it makes it a little better. Single worst extension name, I would say, is Structured Discussions, which is both too long and too literal. Ironically, it was called Flow until 2017. Flow is a great name. It's sort of a perfect name. People said that it no longer really describes the extension, but I think that's fine. What about Semantic MediaWiki? It is long and literal, but I've gotten used to it. Everyone's gotten used to it, so you know that I guess trumps everything else. Finally, if you're in doubt, if you're kind of thinking of some new extension, if it too closely matches what the thing actually does, consider adding just a prefix, maybe a suffix or a random word to it. Case in point, my Flex Diagrams extension. Yeah, I think that's it. I don't even know if that was more than 5 minutes already. Yeah. Oops, I'm sharing. I should stop sharing. Thank you for listening to my lightning talk. I don't know if we should take questions or just move on to the next one.
There's a few just comments in there. Some people that are saying that from the Dutch perspective, having on the nose extension names is exactly what they expect. And
yeah, it just gets confusing to talk about. You have to always say the something MediaWiki extension to separate it from. Like if I just called Flex Diagrams, I would have had to keep saying the Diagrams MediaWiki extension to separate it from actual diagrams.
And then Jeroen's favorite is backwards time travel.
That is a good one. Yeah, you do get points for wittiness.
Oh, and maps for all, VE for all.
Yeah, VE for all. I think it's a pretty good one. I don't know. Is there? What was it? Maps for all?
That's well, VE for all is Ike pointing out one that's probably good, and Jeroen, I think maybe questioning one for maps for all. I don't know if that exists.
Oh, maybe maps should be renamed Maps for All. Maybe it's not a bad. It's not a bad name.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well,
Okay.
all right. Bye.
Thanks, Jeroen. And next up, we have Lex talking about MISI.
Yeah, hi. So very quickly, I want to chip in my thoughts on the panel discussion since I opted out for capacity reasons, but that's great because everything ties in together with this lightning talk. And I want to link it to actually Alex Tanchoko's remark on it may be helpful to have some structure. You'll know that the people who know me already know that I'm sort of an outlier to the MediaWiki consultants community. And that's because I used to be focused on MediaWiki as a corporate knowledge system that I promoted, but I sort of focused to search now. But I'm still using MediaWiki as the pivotal component for editing, collaboration, and also a prototyping interface. So because I moved to federated search and tying in several components or sources of corporate knowledge that would be served under a umbrella search, but still MediaWiki assumes the primus inter pares role for my customers due to its great versatility. Nevertheless, there is data to which MediaWiki doesn't represent the native habitat, and in my opinion, there it would be better to integrate knowledge on search to the benefit of the user who expects an integrated knowledge across sources when you search for it. But the point here is that you see that I have a slightly different way of employing MediaWiki, but I still fully build on it. And I think with my initiative of the MediaWiki Manager, and especially with the suggested MW Stake extension certification service, I sort of put my money where my mouth is there. But I briefly want to offer some thoughts on how we could optimize the cooperation of us consultants who go after our own slightly different concerns, and how actually Richard put it very nicely, we have our own way to solving problems. But we still want to maintain the motivation of actually cooperation and benefiting from each other. So my main suggestion here would be to consider and foster the slicing of our professional concerns and artifacts in the interest of the use cases that are the shared concern among all of us. So which concerns do I mean? I refer, first of all, to the technological components, secondly, to the ways we do things, and also to the services we provide. Because if we identify the input parameters and deliverables for each and every of those concerns, and then formalized a technical and organizational interface between them, we could sort of provide what I would, call a multi-dimensional catalog of products and services that consultants can resort to strategically. And the maxim under which that could be done is offering itself as a MICI way. Now, MICI is a consultant term that means mutually exclusive, collectively exhaustive. So we want to avoid overlap, but we want to cover all aspects at the same time. So there's two examples here. First of all, in the discussion for the MediaWiki manager, for example, I have a different idea of implementing the API, which would wrap the bash scripts. Other people which favor PHP, but it would be better to have an as well as rather than an either or approach. So if we could sort of abstract everything out and say, I can go my Go way, whereas other people can go their PHP way, we could still benefit from broadly vetted bash implementations that we all share. The second example would be when I service MediaWiki setups, I could resort back to a trusted colleague, for example, for setting up an optimized Apache virtual host, if I provide a very clear set of parameters within which that setup runs. That's an example of tapping into a colleague's network's trusted expertise. Another occasion would be to resort to a colleague whenever I face time constraints when actually dealing with multiple projects, or when my workforce is not large enough to support a 24/7 multi-theater workload, which, for example, for me is obviously the case because we're only 2 people at the moment. And I also think that collaboration will be a lot easier and motivating and efficient if we modularized our deliverables into what I would call connectable components of technology, methods, and services. And this would also tie back to an idea that we actually started, I think, in San Francisco under the name of the Trusted Web of Colleagues, which formalize a sort of a resilient and also trust-fostering deputy consultant networks in terms of both availability and capabilities. So to summarize, I think I like to suggest a scoped set of MICI managers in our MediaWiki consulting universe who actively keep things coherent, consistent, and non-overlapping. And you see that I'm offering myself for the MediaWiki manager use cases and those components. And I think then that, and now I would like to close with Ad's words, would also minimize reinventing the wheel, something that Ad has aptly identified can sometimes be a concern in a community like we are. That's it. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Lex. That's it for lightning talks. We have a break now for about a half hour. We'll be meeting back with the opening session for Create Camps at 1:30 p.m. Eastern, 5:30 UTC, but about a half hour from now. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Our next talk up is Daniel and Peter talking about the MediaWiki Expedition project.
Hello, everyone. Can you all hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Excellent. Then I will start my presentation momentarily. So I can share it. Does that look good to you?
Yeah, that looks really good. Is Peter coming on as well?
I don't think so. Cindy
Okay.
is with us.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So I want to talk to you today about the MediaWiki Expedition, what it is all about, and what it may mean for you. If I can, yeah. Okay, so as you may have noticed, MediaWiki has grown into a big ball of mud over the years where everything kind of depends on everything, which makes it really hard to understand, hard to change, and hard to fix, right? You change one small bit in one place, and it's really hard to predict what impact it will have on the rest of the system. And we really want to break things up more into components that are easy to understand, easier to reason about. We want to untangle the code. And eventually, perhaps we will even break out some bits and pieces into standalone services, but that's not clear yet. Mostly, we really want to have the ability to do this. Well, currently everything is bound together, and it's kind of impossible to move things around. So this is kind of a far-off goal, but we have to start somewhere. And Peter came up with this picture of an expedition where you really know why you are doing it, you know where you want to get to, but you don't really know how to get there. So you just start walking in the rough direction, and you see what you encounter on the way, and you think on your feet and change plans when necessary. The very first step in this expedition is to break up some of the very, very big classes that tie everything together. Things that are not just used everywhere, but that also know about most of the system. Classes like the user class, the title class, wiki page, language, and a few others. So we want to replace these huge monster classes that are binding together the code into a monolith. We want to replace them with a lightweight vocabulary that can be used for communication between components. Yeah, and so we started to fight the monsters. I already tackled the revision class a couple of years ago when I worked on MCR, multi-content revisions. So that is mostly done. And now we are working on the user class, on the title class, and probably in the not too far future on the language class. We've made some pretty good progress, especially with respect to user. I made this little tool called the Monster Monitor that you can also use to see our progress. Right, and the red and the yellow must come down, the green and the blue should go up. We've been working on this for a bit more than 3 months now. And we ran a few metrics the other day, and so it looks like we merged 360 patches in that time. We removed 73% would be nice now, 37% of type-ins for user from core. 12% already for title, and 25% for wiki page. So yeah, we already made some headway, but there's still a lot to do. And remember, this is only fighting these monsters is only the very first step on the larger expedition. So a very rough roadmap up front to give you an idea of the time frame. Introducing new core interfaces and deprecating old methods has been done in 1.36. In 1.37, we expect more method deprecations, and we will start to focus on introducing new hooks to replace old hooks that bind extensions to the old concepts. And in 1.38, we may already get to the point where we can actually deprecate the old classes, user and title, perhaps start to move out the old hook system altogether. So what is going to happen with these classes? The user class will be split into a user identity, which has already been around, but we revisited and refined a bit. An authority class that can be used to check whether let's say the user that is currently making a request is allowed to perform certain actions. And I'm hesitating here a little bit, because what you can and cannot do on a wiki is not just dependent on the groups the user is in. It also depends on whether, for instance, the IP the user is coming in from is blocked, or whether the current session is actually bound to some OAuth grants that may be more restrictive than the permissions the user may have in general. Which is why we introduced this new concept to model this. And in the future, we will probably introduce the user account concept, which can be used when you actually want to access the user's email and so on. For the title class, which is what I'm currently focusing on, a long time ago already, we introduced the link target interface to use instead of title to represent things that you can link to from Wikitext, which could also be an interwiki link or a relative section jump and stuff like that. And what we now introduced in 1.36 are 3 new interfaces: page reference, page identity, and page record. That's page record, not page record. Sorry about that. I guess I got carried away. Why are we all doing this? What's so bad about these big old classes? Well, I said that they're big. They tie together the code. They are used. Everything knows about them, and they know about everything. That's one part. But another part is that they are semantically very ill-defined. It's totally unclear what they represent. So, for instance, a title has a page ID if the page actually exists. It has a namespace unless it's an interwiki link. It has a page name unless it's a relative section jump. It has an associated talk page unless it's a special page, and so on. So there's really nothing that a title definitely has. And similarly, if you think about what you can do with the title, well, you can view the page that the title refers to, unless it's an interwiki link. You can watch a title, unless it's a relative section jump, because then there's nothing to watch. You can rename a page, rename a title, unless it's a special page, and so on. So you can't be sure what operations you can actually perform on a given title object. And this kind of unclear vocabulary results in a lot of ambiguity and a lot of confusion. And ambiguity and confusion lead to bugs and frustration. And that is what we want to fix. Okay, so how are we going about this? I would like to look at the title class a little bit more. It's a little bit more complicated here than with the user object. How do we get from A to B without breaking things? Without breaking things in production, but also without breaking things for third parties, breaking things for extensions. Our guarantees towards third parties, towards extension authors and other code that depends on MediaWiki as a framework is defined by the stable interface policy that has been around for, has it already been a couple of years? Since 2019. And to give a very very brief summary is that calling things is generally fine and stable. Instantiating classes directly with a new operator is generally not safe and should only be done if the class is marked to be stable for instantiation. Similarly, only a few classes are safe to extend to subclass, and similarly, interfaces should only be implemented directly by extensions if they are marked to be safe for this purpose. And even if a class is stable to extend, it's still not safe to override all every and all methods, right? You should only be overriding methods that are marked to be safe for this purpose. These restrictions allow us, the core developers, some wiggle room to make these changes that that I just outlined. One thing that may be relevant for extension authors to keep in mind is that when we look for, when we try to decide how much impact a change has on extension developers, we rely on the code search tool, and the code search tool covers all code that resides in repositories hosted by Wikimedia, so on Wikimedia Garrett, but it covers all extensions that are listed in the non-WMF extensions repo, which is maintained by the MediaWiki stakeholders group. So if you have an extension that is hosted not on MediaWiki Garrett, but you want it to be visible to core developers when we investigate the impact of the changes we make, then make sure this is included in this GitHub repository. I think that GitHub repository is just, it's basically a list of sub repos, right, where you have all these extensions. So how can we make these breaking changes and refactorings without breaking extensions? There's a little dance that we came up with. And it goes like this. The old class will implement the new interface. Then we change method signatures to accept the new interface by widening the type of parameters. We replace methods that return the old type, and then we remove the old class. So to give a few examples for this, if I have a method like addWatch that takes a user and a title, I can widen the type of these parameters without breaking callers, right? If the user class implements user identity and the title class implements page reference, then I can just change these type hints without breaking anything for callers. If anything was actually overriding this method in a subclass, things explode, right? So if the method was marked to be stable to override, we actually have to introduce an entirely new method, deprecate the old one, move all the callers to the new method, which is more work, of course, which is one of the reasons to have a policy that only methods that are marked to be safe to override should be overridden. So if you have been overriding methods on classes that are not marked to be stable for that purpose, things may break for you when we make these changes. Similarly, of course, return types, right? A return type can be narrowed safely, but it cannot be widened safely. So we can't change a method that used to return the title object to now return a page identity. So instead, we have to deprecate the old method and introduce a new one. Yeah, so again, we are trying to replace the monster classes with new lightweight vocabulary without breaking things. What does that look like for extensions? So if in 1.35 your extension was implementing a hook handler that reacted to 2 hooks, for instance, and both these hooks would get a title object. And then this title object would be used and to call back to some service object or some utility class in MediaWiki core. Then in 1.36, we would have changed the methods, the signatures of the methods in core to also accept the new type. But you don't have to worry because the types are compatible, right? You can still just use the you can still just use the objects you got in the hook handler functions and pass them back to MediaWiki core, and things will be fine. I use these triangles, by the way, to indicate whether the method receives a title object or returns a title object. We have one instance here. Too bad I can't. Can you see when I point with the mouse? I hope so. So we have one instance here where a title object is returned, and in that instance, a new method was created. Oh yeah, excellent. So the next step for hooks is to introduce new hooks that no longer expose the old types, but expose the new type. And eventually then, sometime in perhaps 1.38, we would hope that extensions stop using the old hooks that expose the old types and use new hooks that use the new types. These triangles went the wrong way. Huh. And yeah, so over the course of, let's see, 1, 2, 3 releases, we should be able to completely replace the old types with the new types in a way that is safe for extensions and doesn't break anything. I want to take a little bit of a closer look to how this works in the type system for the title class, but I can't see how are we doing on time? I've been talking for quite a bit already. I will go through this quickly. Please, if you have questions, please write them in the chat or let Brian know, and we will get to them in a minute. So the 3 replacements for the title class, page reference, page identity, and page record, form a hierarchy of interfaces, and there is a corresponding hierarchy of concrete implementations. However, we want to make title and wiki page compatible to the new interfaces. So title should implement page identity, and wiki page should implement page record. However, title doesn't actually provide the guarantees that a page identity should provide, right? A title may represent a relative section link. That's not a page identity. And if you try to use it like a page identity, for instance, ask it for the page ID, it will throw. So to work around this problem, we introduced additional interfaces that actually have the proper guarantee, right? So you have the page identity, which is should have the guarantee but doesn't yet, and you have the proper page identity that actually guarantees this to be a usable page identity. Similarly, page record should only represent pages that actually already exist, but currently we can't guarantee that because we have to be compatible with the old wiki page class. So there's an existing page record. And once all code has been migrated away from relying on the old type hierarchy again. So again, the rough roadmap in 1.36, we introduce new things in core. In 1.37, we look at hooks and introduce new hooks, deprecate old hooks. In 1.38, we hope to be deprecating at least some of the old monsters. And this is only the start of the expedition, right? Slaying the monsters, allows us to start breaking things up. It's not the end of breaking things up. This is going to be quite a bit of work, and we will be busy working on it for, well, a year or two, I suppose. And there are some changes ahead, but for the better, I hope. So bear with us. Couldn't resist the silly dad joke in the end. As a father of three, I guess that's obligatory. If you have any questions, please let me know. That's it for now. I am okay.
Daniel, there's 2 questions right now in the backstage chat. If you want to read them out, if they make sense, and answer them.
Okay, so the first question is whether we could use the facade pattern. Since where we can use it, we have been trying to do so. But the problem is, okay, let me see. When we are pulling functionality, for instance, out of title, and we are moving that functionality into a service object that is available via the service container, we keep that functionality available via the old interface. And similarly, we have been introducing new interfaces like the authority interface backed by old code for now. So where it is possible, we do make use of this. But if you have something like, the problem with the title object really is that it exposes so many different things that you have to find a way to make code expect less, to take more narrow interfaces. And I don't really see how the facade pattern by itself covers that. I hope that answers the question, but I'm happy to discuss it in more depth later. The rollout being handled internally, the rollout is just it's just a regular deployment, the regular weekly deployment we do for everything. So all the changes that we make have to work with all the code we have deployed. It have to be compatible with everything we have live always. So the repo is always in a deployable state.
There's one more question in the comments here. Are the plan changes documented somewhere?
Yes, but not nicely. So there are a number of documents that outline what we are trying to do. There's a number of tickets. There's a board that we use to organize our work. There is no nice, fully worked out long-term plan, which I think is kind of the nature of the expedition, right? There are no detailed long-term plans. There's only detailed short-term plans, which is which you can find in the various tickets. I can link to the board as an entry point if you like, but it's, yeah. I guess this presentation is as good as an overview that so far exists.
Oh, and I'll just read Peter's comment, but this is an expedition. We know there's an end, but we do not know what that will be exactly. And yeah. Cindy pasted the workboard fabricator. Oh, okay.
I'm getting confused between the backstage chat and the stage chat. That's a little bit confusing.
Yeah, sorry. I think that might be it, though, for the questions. So thank you for your talk, Daniel. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you all.
And next up, we have Alex, who will be talking about Semantic MediaWiki and GraphViz. So you're on, Alex. You're on mute, though. You're still on mute. I think it's muted on Hopin. If you look, or maybe your microphone isn't enabled, but if it's possible, do you have the red slash to your microphone at the bottom of the presentation mode? Yeah. We can see your screen, Alex, but we still can't hear you. You might have the wrong audio source, or maybe just try to close and restart. So it still shows, to me at least, that your microphone is muted. So I would guess it's either a wrong audio source, or I don't know if you can unclick that. That looks good. Yeah. Can you say something? I think I can hear you. Oh, how bizarre. I think I hear static from something, but I'm still not getting your voice. But you aren't muted anymore on the Hopin platform. Although this happened yesterday, and it was my computer. Can I get a confirmation from somebody outside that they can't hear Alex, or is it just me? Can someone type in the chat? Okay. Yeah, Alex, we still can't hear anything. Interestingly, last time there was a bit of static, but no voice.
Sorry, I'm trying again. I'm hoping you can hear me this time.
Still nothing. One note in general.
Yeah.
It seems Firefox hasn't been as happy as. Oh.
I'm on Chrome.
Sorry, I think people can hear you. Maybe I can't. I'm gonna drop and come back.
Okay. Okay. So if you come back, let me know if you can hear me. Can you hear me? Testing 1 2 3 1 2 3. Let's see. I'm in the backstage. I can't see the messages. All right. I'm not sure. Let's see. I go back to.
So just to confirm, I can see your slides and I can hear you now.
Okay. Anybody here?
Yeah, I can hear you and see your slide.
All right. Great. Okay. Well, I think this is about this time of my start anyway. So let me get started here.
Okay. Hi, Alex. Yes, we can all hear you. Yeah.
That's great. Okay. Thanks, Sharon.
All right. Great.
All right. So my name is Alex Tanchoco. I work at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center. I've been working there for 35 years now. My first EMW conference was in 2017 at the MITRE conference. So it was great to see all the presentations the last 2 days. It's great to be around people who understand the world of Wiki and what it's all about. So thank you for this opportunity. I'll talk very briefly about what MSK is about. I'll just really flip through the slides, something that when I share the slides, you could take a look at the details. Why are we doing the enterprise data map? What the solution is for? We'll talk a little bit more the fun stuff, the technology proof of concept using the Semantic Media Wiki and GraphViz, and what the next steps are, and then hopefully we'll have a couple of minutes for a Q&A. So Memorial Sloan Kettering in 1884 is dedicated to really cancer research. It's been around for 135 years. We do treatment, research, and education for oncologists. We're one of the 51 National Cancer Institute designated comprehensive cancer center. And these are some of the stats of the patient care. This is up to 2019, which was the latest in our public website. So it's mskcc.org/about. Anyway, these are the numbers. So what are the challenges regarding data in the enterprise, especially when like many organizations, MSK is highly data-driven. Everything that we do is based on data, based on evidence, and it's very complex. We have a vast amount of data that's constantly being produced, collected, and transformed. The number of dimensions, where they're coming from, structured and unstructured data. Systems are very well defined. You know, they have schemas, relationships. They're well-designed systems, especially for healthcare and business systems. But when data is used from those systems to derive insights, you know, scripts are done, queries are made, and you know, all kind of transformations, pulling data from different systems. They are ad hoc and not very well defined. So the relationship between them becomes really obscure. As you saw in the previous presentation, calling functions, that's, you know, with version numbers and things like that, becomes like really complicated. And the same thing with data. Some systems get sunsetted. There are new system that comes in. There might be duplicate, you know, subject areas or data elements that's coming from different places. People are using spreadsheets and so on. So I'm sure a lot of people in the enterprise here could identify with that. And if you couple that with the challenges in healthcare and research, HIPAA privacy and confidentiality, ensuring that the data is de-identified, be doing research and sharing that data for analytics, and the research itself, clinical research anyway, you know, requires a lot of unique processes because you're innovating, you're researching, you're finding what's not known. There's a lot of new data, new type of data gets collected. and formal clinical trials. Once those research turns into drugs, medication, or procedures, you have to go through clinical trials, and that's a very rigid process as well. But there's data that needs to be collected with that and shared and analyzed. Genetic information, collection of that and codifying that, and so on, taking value out of that is another complex process, and just a vast amount of data. So all these challenges, of course, provide new opportunities. And so our thought was that we need an enterprise data map to let us look at this complex relationship between data, as you saw in the prior presentation from Danielle. And similar to that, we do have a map, kind of like an exploration. If you're doing an exploration without a map, you'd just be wandering around. So we need a tool to help us navigate the landscape. And a data map really would show us how to navigate that. Data flows from creation to transformation, and hopefully to the insights they provide. And again, a good analogy is a navigation map, right? So again, similar to the previous talk, you start from where you're coming from, and where do you want to go, and how do you get there? And sometimes there are obstacles along the way, and there's traffic accidents or whatever. You can choose a different path, to get you where do you want to go, and hopefully the most efficient way, given the circumstances. So up next, we'll talk about why we chose Semantic Media Wiki and GraphViz. Well, the easy answer is we already have a Wikipedia site, Media Wiki site. We call it Datapedia. This started back in the end of 2011. It went live in 2012, about the same time that Wikidata was announced. And this is where we store our metadata about the data. So what a better place to put it in. We don't have to spin up a new system, buy a new piece of software, and it's really just a matter of using the data that's already there and possibly extending it. Currently, these are the stats that I took, I think yesterday from a wiki. So we have 171,000 pages, property values 2 million, and so on. Because basically, we're using our wiki as a database. If you think about it, really, the templates, a lot of the pages are templated. So the reason for this value, the number of size, is really I have the ICD-9, ICD-10 codes in there that makes up most of the pages. But a lot of the contents that are produced by humans are very small. We only have, I think, about 20 or so people contributing content. Other people are mostly consuming it. So this is, the proof of concept landing page, and it's essentially a menu and an explanation of what this is about. So I have a proof of concept links that shows up reports and dashboards, and then one as a search map. So I'll give you a quick view of that. So there's already a graphing extension out there. There's a wiki extension. I just checked it recently, and I think it's apparently not supported. But anyway, this allows you to get relationship of the different pages. It's automatically done. You don't have to do anything. All you have to do is have the extension out there, and it displays the relationship between pages essentially in a graphical form. And if you haven't seen this, you can hover over your mouse on any of the nodes. You right click on it, and you can expand any of those nodes, and the relationship would show up. And it's very dynamic. You could scale it up and down and so on. So it's a good tool for, I don't know if it's working with the latest versions of MediaWiki, but we're on an older version, so it's working on our site. So this is an example of the relationship between an appointment page and all the different systems that has relationship to that data concept of appointments. So what's the data map? So again, it's a proof of concept. I wanted to have like a framework to how to talk to people about this so they can visualize it. We're not sure if this is going to be the tool that we're going to end up with, but again, it's for demonstration purposes of what the final tool might look like. So in this example, think of everything. I see that everything is a function. I did a lightning talk about this, about functions and having transparency on functions in one of the EMWCon. So anyway, you have a notion of. So here we have a couple of functions actually in our wiki, and so I just modified the template to add new properties there, so I can graph them. In this case, it shows me the different input and goes into, I guess, the function name. So this is the list of the functions over here on the right side. This is not the actual screen. Once the screen is just this one page here on the right, this is just the left because it's too small. I basically just expanded that here on the left side. But this is the main interface on the right side here. So now if I couple it, I just select the output types, right? So it then expands it to another layer, as you can see on the right side here. The output of this is essentially displayed right on the wiki. If you right click on this chart right here on the right, you could then save that as a file. It's basically an SVG file that you can export. And again, I added the information about the function, and it completes a little bit of the stuff that's missing, such as the system information of where these functions are being are part of. So on the back end of this stuff is basically a MediaWiki ask statement. I have and highlighted in yellow, it's a Lua. I'll show that later on. There's a Lua function that gets called. It's basically graph to SVG, which basically wraps the graph SVG, the graph viz syntax on top of that. So the rest is really a template. So it calls this template called the data map POC graph, and I will show that in the next slide. So it's basically a recursive call. So this is the Lua function. It's just graph to SVG. All it does is really, I need a way to pre-process the template that's going to have the relationship between the nodes. And then this is kind of like the wrapper, right, for the graph to SVG extension. And this is the template. It's a single template. It's basically, it's gonna take care of the nesting between the different nodes. So it's a recursive call. So you can see here, this is the template that's used by the other ask function. So it's really, very few components for this proof of concept, and it's already a working model. So what our opportunities for us is really to expand on this tool to more of the content that's out there, basically extending some of the templates to include property values that would allow it to be graphed. And hopefully it could help us towards our mission of prevention, treatment, education, and research, and hopefully finding a cure for cancer. And that's how we hope to turn that vision into action. And thank you for your time. I'm not sure I have any time for any questions.
Yeah,
that's all I have.
For questions, I'm typing them out in the backstage chat. If you can see that, if not, I can read them to you.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, there's some questions for you that I'm putting in the backstage chat. If you could, if you want to read that and see which one you want to answer. Otherwise, I can read them to you if you prefer.
I'm not seeing it on my screen. I don't know if there's a delay.
Okay. So one of the questions is, what is the breakdown of editors versus consumers? You mentioned there's 20 editors. How many content consumers are they serving? Is there a goal to increase this?
Well, I think like there's several groups that uses this. People that are exploring data, basically are data analysts, because like a lot of content are metadata. We also have embedded like Tableau, some of the Tableau workbooks, like COVID-19 workbook. So instead of people signing into our Tableau system, we have limited licenses. Any of the 20,000 employees can get a snapshot of some of the COVID-19 stats related to the hospital, to the state, and so on. The actual wiki content users, on average, I have stats. I should have printed out those numbers. It's kind of dwindled down, when during the COVID-19. So yeah, I don't have a specific number, but I believe it's in the low hundreds.
Okay. There's another question. I'm wondering how you're applying the data map. Is there a relationship taxonomy structure you have fixed in templates? Do you use the map as feedback to clean up the relationships?
No, the relationships are dynamic, so they're going to be. I mean, the thought is really a property, right? I'm going to have a template that essentially you would put in there, and you just define what the parent is and what the parent relationship is, and that could be embedded in an existing template or just plop in a new template right on the page. So the only thing you need is really the relationship between the child node and the parent node and what that relationship is, and that's all you really need. So you can connect any concept to any other concept.
Okay. There's some comments. Just you might want to look at it in the stage comments later, but revolving around some people pointing out the network extension, which I believe maybe Jeroen Dedau created, but
okay.
that had some similar features to the graphing that you're getting out here.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, thank you for that. I mean, really, the purpose of me sharing this is to try to network and find out, a better approach. I'm not, we're not married to this one. It's a proof of concept. So yeah.
And then there's another question. Where does the support come for the wiki? Does it come from the executive level at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center?
It really started, really from my boss. He's the champion of this. Actually, this whole data map is his idea. We deal with data of all kinds in our day-to-day. We have staff analysts, and we provide service to the whole institution on their data needs. So anybody that works with data relies on Datapedia, which runs on our wiki, and really just trying to extend the value of that by providing this functionality.
And maybe I was wrong about the network. I think maybe Bernhard was involved, but now it's going up. But that looks like it's it for the questions. Thanks for the talk, Alexander. There's one quick note. There was a request for a Create Camp about creating visualizations with, I think, Mermaid and
yeah.
But
okay,
go ahead.
Yeah, I was talking to Lex about that a little bit in the coffee shop, and I look at Mermaid. All I need to do is convert that call so I can have another Lua function. Instead of calling the GraphViz, it would just basically call Mermaid, and it's really the same thing. The syntax is almost identical. Right.
So that Create Camp, there was a request for it, but not really a moderator or leader for it. So there might be a reason where a couple of the attendees can, form up their own Create Camp and tinker or, show everybody what they've been working on and discuss needs and show examples.
Okay.
So, yep, that's an option. But Alexander, thank you. I appreciate it.
Take care. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Okay, that concludes the talks for the conference. Next up, we have the Create Camp pitches. So the Create Camp list right now is on MediaWiki.org under the conference page. Here, I'll link it in the chat. And specifically, you can create something new here. But we do have some Create Camp slots already written out, and so Yaron, Wolfgang, Lex, and then second one for Yaron are already there, and then the one that I mentioned that has an unknown moderator for using Semantic MediaWiki to create mermaid diagrams. So if Yaron, Wolfgang, and Lex can jump in on the backstage, I'll let you guys give your pitches.
Hello.
You're live.
Okay, hi. Yeah, I have two pitches. One is quite specific. It's oh crap! I gotta mute myself on the other one. Sorry. One is quite a specific feature that it's part of Cargo here. Let me share my screen. If you use Cargo, you probably know about action equals page values. You can see on any page. It's the equivalent of special browse for Semantic MediaWiki. If you have a ton of rows corresponding to any specific table, then when you're just scrolling in the middle of these rows, it's hard to know what table you're on. So the idea would be to have something at the top, a floating header at the top showing what table you're currently on. It's not an issue at all here because there's only one row per table, which is confusing because the row is displayed as a table, but hopefully you know what I mean. And then the other thing is just a general general creation of packages, i.e. collections of wiki pages for different use cases, which is something that came up a little bit during the consulting panel. And it's, I think, something a lot of people could contribute to and a lot of people could benefit from. So I don't necessarily have to be involved in that. I don't necessarily have to be involved in either one, but those are that's something that a lot of people, I think, could could contribute to, as I said before. Yeah. Yeah, if anyone else should feel free to join. I see some people here. Just start, click the audio.
We need to let him in. I'm gonna let Lex in.
Oh,
next.
I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Lex, you're up.
Yeah, that's me. Okay. I can share my screen quickly. So you see, I prepared a couple of aspects with regard to the Create Camp. So I would like to sort of invite two types of people, everyone, to actually discuss the MWM use cases. As I mentioned yesterday, we have a broad list. That's the link to that list, so we can discuss whether that is a good selection for the MVP. And then the extensions catalog service, there's several aspects to actually discuss there. And then, as was agreed on with Jared, a brief discussion on how we could separate the concerns in a way that they would match a MISI setup. And then, very important for me, because I'm looking forward to a lot of input there, for developers, I'd like to address stuff on the infrastructure. So there, if Gina would like to join, I would tremendously appreciate that, because it's all the Kubernetes aspects. You can see the link here. Then CLI abstraction level stuff. There, I would like to invite Jeffrey to join in order to address a couple of, especially the separation between pure bash and higher level concepts or higher level languages. And then this is a link that takes you to a list of tags I scattered around the code. So it's not a sort of a list somewhere else pointing to a repo. It's right exactly where we should alter the code. So there you get a good overview there. And I'm going to add a few more tags tomorrow. Since I'm 6 hours ahead, I have a nice morning to prepare that. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
I just want to, thanks, Lex. Sorry, Wolfgang. Just before that, I want to jump in and say, this is pretty much the end of EMWCon as a conference with talks and so forth. Probably a bunch of people are going to drop out, whether they're in Europe or anything else. So this seems like a good time. Thanks to everyone. Of course, we're only halfway through, but thank you to everyone who came to give a talk. Thanks to everyone who participated, and thanks, of course, to Brian, who really spearheaded and organized this whole thing. I think he did a great job. Yeah, and well, I don't know. It's sort of customary to take a big group photo. I don't know if I don't know what the logistics of that would be with the hop-in setup. Brian, you might have some insight on this.
Yeah, it might be a little bit more difficult now with this, but we could probably just share the backstage key and then let anybody that wants to jump on and get a screenshot or something, and then kind of seam it together in one composite photo or something.
Yeah. Is the NSA in the chat? Jeroen wants to know. I'm not sure what that means, but let's keep a tight lid on that.
All right. Well, let's pass it off to Wolfgang then, so he can give his.
Oh, okay. Are you going to put a link to the backstage in the chat?
Yeah, I'm going to do that. Okay. So after Wolfgang's talk, we can try to do that.
Cool.
Wolfgang, you're up. Oh, hold on. Maybe I'll just let's see. Mute him for a second. Give Wolfgang. So I'm going to be writing out or posting in the event page the link to the so-called backstage. Wolfgang, I muted your mic, so if you want to unmute yourself and give your Create Camp pitch.
I was not there. I didn't.
You're up to give your Create Camp pitch.
Well, shall I tell everybody what we are going to do, and then we go to a breakout room later?
Yep, exactly. And right now you are live, so you're.
Yeah, that's good. So people who have been to my talk yesterday there know about the Wiki Push Toolkit. It was also shown on EMWCon last fall, and we've improved it a lot, and I would offer to work something with it. Actually, I actually got a brand new wiki today, which we could use as an example, or any of yours, or semanticmediawiki.org. And what I'd love to do is do some queries, do some filtering with JQ, uploading stuff, automatically downloading, maybe nuking, removing a couple of pages that you set up before, and stuff like that. I think it's going to be fun.
Excellent. And that's also listed on the Create Camp. Wolfgang, do you have a preference? Do you want to do one later today, right immediately following this, or did you want to start one tomorrow?
No, for me, it was important to do it tonight. Like it's 9 p.m. In half an hour here, and I'm gonna watch soccer later with my wife anyway, so I've got time tonight. So I'm prepared to start that at 9 p.m. Berlin.
Okay, perfect. So if you can just send me a message with the name of the Create Camp room for you, I'll create a breakout session for it.
Make it Wiki Push.
Okay, will do. Thank you, Wolfgang. So I am now typing in here the so-called backstage link. Oh, Cindy wants to jump in. Oh, sorry, there's one more. I'm sorry. Cindy.
Hi there.
Kubernetes.
Just, I mentioned in the main chat, so there is a Kubernetes workshop, a series of exercises that were created by our SRE team, working on implementing MediaWiki on Kubernetes. And so I was thinking of trying to sort of walk through that tomorrow as sort of a side activity. I'm going to be participating in Lex's MediaWiki Manager Create Camp, and thought I would work on that also, sort of as a side. If anybody else who's interested in Kubernetes wants to look at that, and that's something we could do. Maybe try and work through also what Gina demonstrated the other day to get a little bit more Kubernetes hands-on experience.
Absolutely.
Well, while the four of us are in here still, we'll use this as an opportunity to take a screenshot for the conference page.
Just a sec, I need to move my
okay.
stuff here a bit.
Got to do a little prepping here to get some good stuff behind him. There you go.
Other people are going to join us there, right?
Be like this, right? And the other one should go on the other side somewhere there.
Yep, just a little bit to your right, probably. A little bit more to your right.
Yep.
Yep, right there. And we're limited to 5 at a time in here, but I'm going to take a screenshot in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Please.
Good.
Good.
Yeah, please join us.
So do we start right now and let 5 more come in?
Yeah, exactly.
Does that mean Brian?
It's only 5 at a time. That's right. Oh, how annoying.
Yeah. Brian, are you going to be in all the pictures?
Okay, so I leave, right?
Well, yeah, everybody's going to leave in here. I'm going to leave as well. I'm just in here now so I can keep talking. But follow the link that I posted above there for that backstage thing, and then go ahead and jump on. We'll thread everybody and kind of make a tapestry of everybody's pages. So I'm going to drop out so we can get a picture of at least Jeroen and Alexander and anybody else that's going to jump on right now. I guess I'm going to have to give you, I'm going to hide my picture, but I'm going to give you guys a countdown. So it looks like Jared got on here. Okay. The countdown starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, got it. Save as 2. Anybody else that wants to follow that? All right. Joris, Ike.
Wait, hold on. Sorry, sorry, I'm taking up someone's spot. There's actually an alternate plan now to create a Zoom channel, as suggested originally by Ike, to have everyone there instead of.
Well, if you remember, even the Zoom call, we ended up stitching people in, and I don't think.
Oh, even with Zoom.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't for a limit. It was more because some people weren't there for that time, and then they just took a Zoom screenshot and then threaded it in. We can do that. But you already get a second chance to make a good.
No, I'm out.
Okay. All right, and 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and got it. Okay. Okay, got that one. Anybody else want to jump on the backstage? Richard, I see you typing. You can jump on. Bernhard, all right. Time, and then they just took a Zoom screenshot and then threaded it in. We can do that. But you already get a second chance to make a good.
No, I'm out.
People are getting your the YouTube video review. 3, 2, 1. And there is, I guess it's in the backstage here, but I'm going to post it so everybody else can see it. Here's the Zoom that we're going to try to do something similar if this is not working for you. Give you the countdown. 4, 3, 2, 1. I got you. Oh, I don't know, Cindy, if you're listening or in on this, that Zoom ID might be invalid. Okay, there you go. Maybe I copied it wrong. Oh yeah, I think I did. That was my bad.
Well, I think it might be fine. I think it could be that everyone who wanted to be in the photo has taken a photo already.
Yaron, can you create? I'm gonna wait here a little bit longer. Actually, why don't you wait here a little longer?
Oh, okay. Cindy just missed a 9 at the end.
Okay. I'm gonna jump out of here. If you want to take some screenshots of anybody that hasn't jumped on.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
That session. Did you want one for today, this evening, and which one is it, and what do you want it to be called?
Oh, yeah. Just I guess one called packages would be good. Yeah.
Packages. Okay.
And I guess too, make one called cargo too, just for the heck of it. See, if assuming we can have unlimited rooms.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll yeah. If anybody else wants to be in a photo, I don't know if anybody's going to that Zoom channel, but if anyone wants to be in this set of photos, feel free to just join backstage. I guess Brian is now setting up all the rooms. If anyone, oh, there's already 8 people in the Zoom. Okay, well, please go there then, I guess. I'm joining right now. I don't know if anyone has created a Zoom channel just for photos before. We might be breaking new ground here. Okay. Oh yeah, and everybody gets to have their backgrounds here too. This is much better. I'll admit that. Feel free to start up your virtual backgrounds. Yeah, and that goes for anyone who's lurking. You know, if this were a real conference, you couldn't lurk. We'd know we'd know where you are. So think about that. Some people are here but have their video turned off, which is sort of defeats the purpose. But I don't know.
Folks need to turn on their video if they want to be in the picture.
Oh wait. Yes, it was. Oh, okay. That means I gotta. Here, I'm turning off my camera, my hop-in camera, so I can start it here.
Ah, okay, that's better.
I don't know. I think it's 12. I don't know whether you can do it gallery with more, but currently I think we are 12, aren't we?
Well, Brian's not here, so you can only have 12.
I just admitted him. No, they're coming.
Oh, that okay. So we're gonna have to do the same thing.
Oh, is it?
I mean, it's 12 instead of 5, which is better, but.
I'm trying to remember how I did it last time.
Peter and Phil.
Uh-oh.
Did you see my message?
Okay, so I've got 12.
Is that the most you can get?
I don't know. It looks like we've got 12 participants.
No.
All right.
We lost River, though.
Yeah, well.
Okay. Well, I guess what I can do, does anybody have an easy way to do a screenshot? I have to remember.
Print screen.
And I'm on a Mac. Something like
I can.
Command Shift F4 or something.
Just got one.
Yeah, there we go.
Well, everybody look at your camera.
Yeah, actually,
Okay, everybody smile.
so I'm gonna do the countdown again. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay. Oh my God.
Okay. Well, we got 12 people. I don't know if that was everybody.
Maybe.
Okay. Good.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm talking now through. I'm now presenting through Hopin again. Okay, well, I guess we'll. I hope as many people as possible can stay for Create Camp both today and tomorrow, and we'll see you at the sessions. And I guess we can, Brian. I guess we can stop broadcasting. Also, no. Probably should have done that before.
Yeah, I probably should have done that before. I'm stopping right now.
Great. Bye.